Good evening, or perhaps, given the nature of our journey tonight, it's more fitting to say, welcome to the encroaching dark. I am Eli Nightfall, and it is my distinct pleasure, or perhaps my solemn duty, to guide you through the shadowed corridors of the human imagination, to those places where reality frays and the whispers from beyond become all too audible. Tonight, we are not merely telling a story. We are prying loose the floorboards of a forgotten terror, dusting off a relic of fear that was meant to remain buried. We venture into a place where dreams of a new beginning curdle into a relentless nightmare. Our tale is called The WallBound Hand, and it begins, as so many ventures do, with hope, with ambition, and with the satisfying, percussive rhythm of demolition. Sound of a distant, solitary hammer blow, echoing slightly, then silence before the music subtly shifts to something more ominous, perhaps with lower cello notes. Imagine Alex. It doesn't matter if Alex is a man or a woman. The ambition is genderless, the subsequent fear universal. Alex possesses that particular brand of optimistic determination required to look upon a dilapidated, sprawling Victorian house, the kind that locals cross the street to avoid after dusk, and see not a money pit, not a monument to decay, but a masterpiece waiting to be unveiled. The house stood on the fringes of Oakhaven, a town that prided itself on its quaint normality. A normality that this particular edifice seemed to mock with its every leaning chimney and shutter hanging by a single rusted hinge. Its windows, like the cataracted eyes of some forgotten god, stared blankly out onto a world that had all but erased it from memory. Alex had acquired it for a song, the kind of song sung by desperate realtors and relieved town councils. The plan was grand, a full-gut renovation. Restore the Victorian charm, but infuse it with modern sensibilities. Create a sanctuary, a home. The initial days were filled with the grime and glory of such endeavors. The air, thick with the scent of century-old dust, damp plaster, and the fainter, almost imperceptible aroma of something else, something that Alex, in those early, sun-drenched days of hopeful labor, dismissed as a combination of old wood, vermin long dead, and perhaps a touch of mildew. The parlor was a prime candidate for the initial assault. It was a large room, facing what would one day be a beautifully landscaped garden. Its once grand fireplace was choked with debris, its wallpaper layers of faded floral nightmares. One particular interior wall, however, drew Alex's attention. It felt wrong. When struck with the flat of a hand, it gave a dull, hollow thud, unlike the other plaster and lath constructions. It wasn't marked on any of the brittle, tea-stained blueprints Alex had managed to unearth. An anomaly, and anomalies in renovation often hide either treasure or trouble. Sound of a crowbar scraping against plaster, a cracking sound, then a heavier thud as something gives way. An exploratory tap with a hammer, then a more determined blow. The plaster cracked, revealing the dark, splintered lath beneath. Another swing, and a section crumbled inward, releasing a puff of dust so ancient it seemed to carry the sigh of forgotten years. Alex, armed with a heavy-duty flashlight, peered into the void. It wasn't the usual space between studs. This was a deliberately constructed cavity, almost a niche, hidden away, sealed from the world. And within it, something rested. At first, it was just a dark shape, obscured by the settling dust and the shadows. Alex reached in, gloved hand brushing against something surprisingly brittle, yet unyielding. A bit of cautious excavation with a pry bar, dislodging more plaster and rotten wood, and the object came into clear view. It was a box, an old wooden box, dark with age and damp. Its simple clasp long since rusted shut. It was surprisingly heavy for its size. With a grunt of effort, Alex maneuvered the box out of the wall and set it on the dusty floorboards. The air in the parlor seemed to grow colder, the silence more profound, broken only by Alex's own breathing, now a little quicker with anticipation and a burgeoning, unnameable apprehension. What secrets did this forgotten cache hold? Old coins? Deeds? Love letters from a bygone era? Sound of creaking wood as Alex tries to open the box, perhaps the snap of a rusted hinge. The lid was stubborn. The wood around the edges had swollen and warped. Finally, with a protesting groan of tortured timber, it gave way. Alex recoiled, a sharp intake of breath hissing through clenched teeth. The scent that wafted up was not of old paper or metal, but of dry earth, of decay, of something human. There, nestled on a bed of what looked like dried leaves and fabric remnants, was a hand, a human hand, or rather, what remained of one. The bones were a sickly yellowish brown. The delicate structures of the phalanges and metacarpals perfectly articulated, stark against the darkness within the box. It was undeniably, horrifyingly a hand, and it was not empty. Clutched within its skeletal fingers, held in a grip that even death had not relinquished, was a book, a small, leather-bound diary. The leather was cracked, stained with mildew and time, but the indentation of the fingers was clear, as if the owner had been trying to protect it, or perhaps to crush it, even in their final moments. Music swells slightly, a dissonant chord. Alex stared, the hammer falling from a nerveless grip to clatter loudly on the floor. The pragmatic renovator, the visionary, was gone, replaced by someone confronting a relic of pure, unadulterated horror. This wasn't architectural history. This was a tomb, a secret grave hidden in the heart of the house. The silence of the room pressed in, heavy and suffocating. The hand, with its silent, bony accusation, seemed to point directly at Alex. And the diary pulsed with a malevolent promise of stories that should never be told, of screams that had been muffled by plaster and time, now potentially unleashed. The questions swirled, a vortex of dread and morbid curiosity. Whose hand was this? Why was it here, hidden so deliberately? And what horrors lay within the pages of that ancient, clutched diary? The renovation had just taken a turn, a dark, sharp deviation from the planned path. The house had begun to reveal its true nature, not as a canvas for dreams, but as a repository of nightmares. The first crack in the facade had been made, not by Alex's tools, but by the secrets the house itself had chosen to expel. And the faint, metallic tang Alex had occasionally smelled, it suddenly seemed much, much stronger. The story had found its first reader, or perhaps its next victim. What would you do? Faced with such a discovery, would you call the authorities? Would you seal the wall back up, pretending nothing had been found? Or would curiosity, that insidious human need to know, compel you to open that diary, to trace the lines of ink that might very well be pathways to madness? Alex stood at that very crossroads, the dust motes dancing in the single shaft of light illuminating the gruesome tableau, the silence of the house a heavy, expectant blanket. The first chapter was about to be written in fear. Chapter 1, the first crack in the facade. The old house on Hemlock Lane had a reputation, the kind that clung to its decaying clapboard siding like persistent ivy. Locals in the small town of Oakhaven, a place that generally prided itself on its tranquil averageness, spoke of it in hushed tones, if they spoke of it at all. They called it the Gilman Place, though no Gilman had lived there for the better part of 70 years. Stories, fragmented and embellished through generations, hinted at sudden departures, unexplained illnesses, and a pervasive sense of melancholy that seemed to emanate from its very foundations. Children dared each other to touch its peeling gateposts on Halloween, then ran shrieking, half in genuine fear, half in performative bravado. It was, by all accounts, a house best left to its ghosts and its slow, inevitable decline. But Alex Michelson saw something different. Alex, a city transplant with a successful career in architectural design and an almost pathological need to restore forgotten things, saw potential, where others saw rot and ruin. Alex envisioned soaring ceilings, gleaming hardwood floors, a perfect marriage of Victorian character and modern comfort. The Gilman Place wasn't a blight, it was a challenge, a canvas for a masterpiece of reclamation. The price had been criminally low, a testament to its ill repute and the town's collective desire to see it either bulldozed or miraculously transformed. Alex, brimming with the kind of determined optimism that often precedes disaster in stories like these, was convinced of the latter. The first few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Dumpsters were filled with generations of accumulated detritus, sodden mattresses, broken furniture that looked as if it had witnessed unspeakable things, and mountains of newspapers yellowed with age, their headlines screaming of wars long past and scandals forgotten. Alex, often working alone from dawn till dusk, fueled by black coffee and an increasingly detailed set of blueprints, reveled in the physical labor. Each swing of the sledgehammer, each pry of the crowbar, felt like an act of liberation, freeing the house from its gloomy past. The air, initially thick with the cloying sweetness of mildew and the sharp tang of rodent droppings, gradually began to clear, replaced by the cleaner, more honest scent of freshly sawn lumber and drying paint. Progress was intoxicating. The house, however, seemed to watch these ministrations with a kind of stoic indifference. Its empty window sockets like eyes observing a performance it had seen many times before. There were the usual quirks of an old structure, floors that groaned underfoot like ancient mariners, inexplicable drafts that snaked through supposedly sealed rooms, and the unsettling way shadows seemed to deepen and lengthen in the corners, even in broad daylight. Alex, ever the pragmatist, attributed these to settling foundations, poor insulation, and an overactive imagination stimulated by the house's Gothic atmosphere. The parlor was to be the centerpiece of the ground floor renovation. It was a grand room, or had been once, with tall windows that, despite being caked with grime, promised a cascade of natural light. A massive stone fireplace dominated one wall, its mantelpiece intricately carved with strange, almost runic symbols that Alex initially dismissed as Victorian whimsy. It was during the demolition of an interior wall in this parlor, a wall that didn't appear on any of the original schematics Alex had meticulously studied, that the first truly discordant note was struck. The wall was oddly placed, bisecting a natural flow of space, and Alex had decided it had to go. The initial blows of the sledgehammer produced a sound that was subtly wrong, not the expected brittle crack of old plaster and lath, but a duller, more resonant thud, as if there were a void behind it. Curiosity piqued, Alex set aside the sledgehammer and picked up a pry bar, working more carefully now. The plaster crumbled, revealing the wooden laths, and then, as a larger section gave way with a sigh of released pressure, Alex saw it. Not the expected studs and insulation, or even the brick of an old chimney flue. It was a hollow, a deliberately constructed space, dark and smelling faintly of something acrid and earthy. Alex's heart gave an uncomfortable lurch. This wasn't standard construction. This was intentional. A knot of unease tightened in Alex's stomach, a stark contrast to the exultant fatigue that had been a constant companion for weeks. The pragmatic explanations began to falter. Why would anyone build a secret cavity into a parlor wall? What was it meant to hide? Or perhaps, what was it meant to contain? The sunlight, which had been streaming cheerfully through the grimy windows, suddenly seemed to dim, the shadows in the corners of the room appearing to coalesce to watch. Alex reached for a heavy-duty flashlight, its beam cutting a bright swathe through the gloom, and peered into the opening. The space within the wall was roughly 3 feet square, a dark, dusty alcove, and at its center, resting on the rough-hewn bottom of the cavity, was a box. It was made of dark wood, simple and unadorned, its surface filmed with the same ancient dust that filled the air. It wasn't large, perhaps the size of a shoebox, but its presence there, in that hidden space, radiated an undeniable aura of significance. And something else, something that prickled the hairs on the back of Alex's neck. It felt old, not just in terms of years, but in a deeper, more unsettling way, as if it were saturated with time itself. Alex hesitated for a moment, a sudden, irrational fear gripping the heart. It was the kind of fear that whispers of bad omens, of Pandora's folly. But the drive to uncover, to know, was stronger. This was, after all, part of the house's history, part of the story Alex was ostensibly trying to preserve even while transforming it. With gloved hands, Alex carefully maneuvered the box out of the cavity. It was heavier than it looked, and the wood felt strangely cold to the touch, despite the ambient warmth of a late spring afternoon. Setting it down on the dust-sheeted floor, Alex stared at it. The silence of the room broken only by the distant hum of traffic from the main road and the thumping of Alex's own pulse. There was no lock, but the lid was tightly fitted, sealed by time and humidity. It took some effort with the edge of the pry bar to break the seal, the wood groaning in protest as the lid finally came loose with a soft, sucking sound. Alex lifted it, heart hammering against ribs, and peered inside. The initial impression was of darkness and a smell, a dry, earthy smell like long undisturbed soil, but with an undercurrent of something else, something faintly metallic and sweet, like old rust and faded perfume. As Alex's eyes adjusted, the contents resolved themselves. There, nestled on a bed of what looked like brittle, desiccated fabric, perhaps silk or fine linen, now crumbling to the touch, lay a human hand. Not a replica, not a medical specimen. It was real, or had been. The bones, a delicate tracery of ivory and ochre, were perfectly preserved, from the slender phalanges to the more robust carpals at the wrist. The skin was gone, save for a few leathery, parchment-like fragments clinging stubbornly to the knuckles. It was a woman's hand. Alex thought, judging by its size and delicacy, though it was impossible to be certain. And it was not lying passively in its makeshift coffin. The fingers, slender and bony, were curled, clamped in a desperate, unyielding grip around a small, dark object. Alex leaned closer, the beam of the flashlight unwavering, and saw that it was a book. A diary, leather-bound, its cover warped and stained, its pages swollen and discolored. The skeletal fingers were so tightly entwined with it that the book and the hand seemed to be one gruesome artifact. A choked gasp escaped Alex's lips. This wasn't a historical curiosity. This was a desecration, a secret burial. The air in the parlor grew colder, or so it seemed, and the shadows in the corners deepened, no longer passive, but intent. The house had been keeping this secret for a very long time, and now Alex had unearthed it. The weight of a discovery, the sheer unadulterated horror of it, pressed down, suffocating. The ambitious renovation project, the dreams of light-filled rooms and modern comforts, suddenly felt trivial, almost profane. In the face of this silent, skeletal testament to some long-forgotten tragedy, the hand, with its unyielding grip on the diary, seemed to be a warning, a desperate, final plea. Or perhaps a curse. The silence in the room was absolute now, heavy and pregnant with unspoken, unseeable things. Alex felt a primal urge to flee, to slam the lid back on the box, to wall it up again and pretend it had never been found. But another, darker impulse, a morbid curiosity mixed with a strange sense of obligation, held Alex rooted to the spot. The diary, held fast in those bony fingers, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, a silent promise of untold stories, of unspeakable horrors. The first crack in the facade of the Gilman place had revealed not just a structural anomaly, but a chasm leading straight into a past that was meant to stay buried. And Alex, flashlight trembling slightly, knew with a chilling certainty that the true work of this house was only just beginning. The immediate aftermath of the discovery was a blur of conflicting emotions. Shock, disgust, a profound sense of unease, and beneath it all, a persistent, nagging curiosity that Alex found both shameful and irresistible. The practical, problem-solving part of Alex's brain screamed to call the police, to report the finding of human remains. This was, after all, a potential crime scene, a piece of evidence in some forgotten, ghastly drama. But another part, the part that had been drawn to the mystery of the Gilman place from the start, hesitated. The hand was ancient, skeletal. The diary, clearly from a bygone era. Whatever tragedy had occurred here was likely far beyond the reach of modern justice. And the diary itself, was a powerful lure. It was a direct link to the person whose hand now lay exposed. A voice from the past, potentially explaining the inexplicable. What if it held the key to the house's oppressive atmosphere? To the stories that clung to it like a shroud? Alex carefully, almost reverently, placed the lid back on the wooden box. The dry click of it settling into place, echoing unnaturally loud in the sudden stillness of the parlor. The act felt significant, like closing a coffin lid. The rest of the day's renovation plans were abandoned. The energy, the enthusiasm that had driven Alex for weeks had evaporated, replaced by a heavy torpor. Even the sunlight slanting through the grimy windows seemed to have lost its warmth, instead casting long, distorted shadows that writhed and danced at the periphery of Alex's vision. Every creak of the old house, previously dismissed as benign settling, now sounded like a footstep, a whisper, a sigh. The silence, when it fell, was worse, freighted with an expectant tension. Sleep that night was a fitful, troubled affair. Alex retreated to the small, sparsely furnished bedroom that had been made habitable, but the image of the skeletal hand, faint and indecipherable, seeming to emanate from the very walls of the house. Was it guilt? Or was the house itself reacting to the disturbance, its secrets stirred from their long slumber? By morning, a decision had been made, or rather, had solidified from the morass of fear and curiosity. Alex would open the diary. The police could wait. This felt personal, as if the house and the hand had chosen Alex to be the recipient of this long-held secret. It was a foolish, romantic notion, perhaps born of isolation and the inherent creepiness of the situation. But it was a compelling one. The next day, Alex approached the parlor with a sense of trepidation that was almost ceremonial. The wooden box sat where it had been left, undisturbed. Sunlight, weaker today, filtered through the dust motes, illuminating the scene with a theatrical solemnity. Alex carried the box to the rickety workbench that served as a makeshift desk. The scraping sound of it dragging across the floorboards grating on raw nerves. Taking a deep breath, Alex lifted the lid once more. The hand lay as before, its grip on the diary implacable. The task of separating the two was approached with a mixture of clinical detachment and profound unease. The bones were brittle, and Alex was terrified of damaging them further, or of breaking the spell, so to speak. It required delicate, painstaking work, using fine tools to gently pry the skeletal fingers, one by one, from their tenacious hold on the leather-bound volume. The process felt like a violation, disturbance of a sacred, if gruesome, trust. Finally, with a faint crackle of desiccated cartilage, the diary came free. It was surprisingly intact, though the cover was warped and stained, and the pages were brittle and yellowed at the edges. A faint, musty odor rose from it, the scent of old paper, dried ink, and something else, something indefinable, but deeply unsettling, like sorrow made tangible. Alex laid the skeletal hand gently back in its box, covering it with a clean cloth, a small, inadequate gesture of respect. Then, turning to the diary, Alex hesitated. This was the point of no return. Once opened, once read, its contents could not be unknown. The silence of the house seemed to deepen, to listen. With a trembling hand, Alex opened the diary to its first page. The first page was a shock, not for its content, but for its stark, undeniable beauty. The script was exquisite, a flowing copperplate that spoke of a refined hand and a bygone era of elegant penmanship. The ink, though faded from black to a sepia brown, was still clear and legible. At the top of the page, centered perfectly, was a name, Ilera Vance. Beneath it, a date, October 17th, 1888. Alex's breath caught. Over a century ago, This Alara Vance had lived and breathed within these very walls. Her hand, now skeletal and cold, had once moved across these pages, filled with life, with thoughts, with fears. A profound sense of connection, almost a ghostly intimacy, washed over Alex, quickly followed by a fresh wave of dread. This wasn't just an old book. It was a testament, a personal history that had ended in a hidden wall cavity. The first entry was deceptively mundane, filled with the observations of someone newly arrived in a strange place. October 17th, 1888. We arrive at Oakhaven 3 days hence. The journey from Boston proving more arduous than anticipated, particularly for Papa's constitution. The house, which Mr. Blackwood, Papa's solicitor, assured us was a residence of some standing and considerable charm, is substantial. That at least is true. It stands upon a rise overlooking the town, though overlooking perhaps grants it a grander aspect than the scraggly trees and often leaden skies allow. The locals seem reserved. Their gazes linger, not with open hostility, but with a kind of watchful curiosity that I find discomforting. Papa, of course, notices little beyond his ledgers and his ailments. He has taken the largest bedchamber, the one facing east, and declares the morning sun beneficial, though I fear the drafts that whisper through the ill-fitting window frames will prove more detrimental than any sunlight could be curative. My own rooms are at the rear of the house, overlooking what appears to be a rather neglected orchard. They are spacious, if gloomy. I confess, a certain melancholy has already begun to settle upon me, as tenacious and chilling as the autumn mist that crawls up from the hollows each evening. Mr. Blackwood spoke of fresh country air and restorative peace. Thus far, I have found only dampness and an unnerving quiet. Alex read on, engrossed. Alara's early entries painted a picture of a young woman, intelligent and observant, transplanted to a new, somewhat unwelcoming environment due to her father's failing health and dwindling finances. She wrote of the challenges of managing a large, old house with minimal staff, just a taciturn housekeeper, Mrs. Henge, who seemed as much a fixture of the place as the creaking floorboards, and a young, skittish maid named Bess. She described the long, quiet evenings, her father often retiring early, leaving her to her books and her thoughts in the vast, shadowy rooms. There was a loneliness in her words, a yearning for the more vibrant social life she had left behind. Alex felt a pang of sympathy. The isolation Alara described resonated, even across the gulf of more than a century. Renovating the Gilman place was a solitary endeavor, and Alex, too, had felt the weight of the house's silence, its brooding presence. As October bled into November in the diary's pages, a subtle shift began to occur in Alara's tone. The initial melancholy started to curdle into something more akin to unease. She mentioned small, inexplicable things, a scent of lilies cloyingly sweet in rooms where no flowers grew, the feeling of being watched, even when she knew herself to be alone, doors that she was certain she had closed being found ajar. November 5th, 1888. A most peculiar occurrence last night. I was reading in the parlor, the fire having burned low, when I distinctly heard my name whispered. It was soft, almost a breath, yet clear enough to make me start from my chair. Papa was Abed, and Mrs. Henge and Bess Long since retired to their quarters in the attic. I called out, thinking perhaps Bess had need of something, but there was no reply. The house was utterly still, save for the sighing of the wind in the eaves. I confess, it left me quite unsettled. I'm not prone to fancies, but the shadows in this house play tricks upon the eyes, and now, it seems, upon the ears as well. Alex paused, a chill tracing its way down Alex's own spine. The parlor. Alara had been in this very room. Alex glanced around the dusty, sun-dappled space, suddenly feeling less benign. The hair on Alex's arms prickled. It was foolish, of course. The power of suggestion. The diary was old. The house was old. It was a recipe for an overactive imagination. Yet, the vividness of Alara's account was compelling. Alex continued to read, a growing sense of foreboding tightening in the chest. The entries grew more frequent, the elegant script occasionally showing signs of haste, a slight tremor in the loops and flourishes. Alara wrote of cold spots that seemed to drift through the house, lingering in certain rooms, particularly the hallway outside her father's bedchamber. She described objects being moved, a bookmarker placed in a different volume, her sewing basket found in the kitchen when she was certain she had left it in her room. Mrs. Henge, when questioned, was unhelpfully stoic, offering only cryptic pronouncements about old houses having their ways. Bess, the young maid, grew increasingly fearful, her eyes wide and her hands trembling whenever she was required to venture into the less used parts of the house after dark. November 21st, 1888. Bess is threatening to leave. She claims to have seen a shadow man in the upstairs corridor near the linen press. She was quite hysterical, and Papa was most displeased by the commotion. I attempted to soothe her, though in truth, my own nerves are far from steady. Last evening, as I was preparing for bed, I saw a flicker of movement in the reflection of my looking glass. When I turned, there was nothing there. But for a moment, I could have sworn I saw a tall, dark shape standing just beyond the threshold of my door. The air in my room grew so cold I could see my breath. I slept with my lamp burning all night, a childish comfort, I know, but one I could not deny myself. I am beginning to feel as though we are not the only occupants of this house. There's a presence here, something unseen but undeniably felt. It is watchful, and I fear, not entirely benign. Alex's own breath hitched. A shadow man. The description was vague, yet chillingly evocative. Alex thought of the elongated shadows in the corners of the Gilman place, shadows that seemed to have a life of their own. The unease that had been a low hum in the background of Alex's mind began to amplify, to sharpen into something that felt alarmingly like fear. The sun had shifted, and the parlor was now mostly in shadow, the dust motes no longer dancing, but hanging suspended in the gloom. Alex considered stopping, putting the diary away, perhaps even taking it to the local historical society as originally, fleetingly considered. But the story had its hooks in too deep now. Alara's fear, reaching out across the decades, was becoming Alex's own. The need to know what happened to her, what this presence was, outweighed the growing apprehension. Alex turned the page, the slight rasp of the brittle paper loud in the oppressive silence. The handwriting on the next entry was noticeably different. The elegant curves were still there, but they were tighter, more angular, as if penned by a hand struggling to maintain control. The ink was darker in places, where the nib had pressed too hard against the paper. The date was only 3 days later, November 24th, 1888. It knows I am writing this. I can feel it. The cold is almost constant in my rooms now, a damp, bone-chilling cold that no fire can dispel. Papa is weaker. He coughs through the night, a dry, rasping sound that echoes through the house like a death knell. He complains of nightmares, of a dark figure standing over his bed, pressing down on his chest. He believes it is the consumption returning, but I fear it is this house, this thing, that is draining the life from him. And from me. Last night, it touched me. I was asleep, or so I thought, when I felt a pressure on my arm, like cold, heavy fingers closing around my wrist. I cried out, and it was gone. But this morning, there are marks, faint, discolored bruises, shaped like fingerprints. I showed them to Mrs. Henge. She looked at them, her face impassive, and said only, "Some doors are best left unopened, miss." What did she mean? What doors? Is there a way to stop this? I'm so terribly afraid. The whispers are more frequent now, no longer just my name, but soft, sibilant urgings telling me things. Horrible things. I must not listen. I must remain strong. But the house itself feels alive, and it is hostile. Alex's blood ran cold. Bruises. Physical marks. This crossed a line from unsettling phenomena to something actively malevolent, capable of physical interaction. Alex unconsciously rubbed a wrist. A shiver tracing its way up the arm. The description of the cold, the oppressive atmosphere, the feeling of being drained, it was all disturbingly familiar, echoing Alex's own experiences in the house, albeit in a less intense form. Or perhaps Alex hadn't been attuned to it yet, hadn't understood what those subtle feelings of unease truly signified. The diary was no longer just a historical record. It felt like a guide, a warning, a map of the horrors that lay dormant within these walls. The silence in the parlor seemed to press in, heavy and suffocating. Alex could almost hear the faint, dry rustle of Alara's skirts, the scratch of her pen, the soft, terrified breaths she must have taken as she chronicled her descent into this nightmare. The urge to look over one's shoulder was almost overwhelming. Alex forced it down, eyes glued to the diary, and read on, compelled by a grim fascination and a dawning, terrible understanding. The renovations had not just disturbed dust and plaster. They had disturbed something else, something that had been waiting patiently in the dark. The entries for December were sporadic, the handwriting deteriorating further with each one. Alara's elegant script became a jagged, almost frantic scrawl, the lines wavering. The ink smudged in places as if by trembling fingers or falling tears. The content grew darker, more desperate. She wrote of sleepless nights filled with terrifying sounds, dragging footsteps in the hallway, soft, sorrowful weeping that seemed to come from within the walls themselves, and a low, guttural humming that vibrated through the floorboards. Her father's condition worsened rapidly. He was bedridden, delirious, often crying out in terror at unseen tormentors. The local doctor, a portly, skeptical man named Dr. Armitage, diagnosed him with a severe case of influenza, aggravated by his already weakened lungs, and prescribed laudanum and bed rest, dismissing Alara's whispered fears about the house as female hysteria. December 12, 1888. Dr. Armitage is a fool. He sees only what he wishes to see. Papa is fading before my eyes, and it is not the ague that claims him. It is this house. It is her. I saw her last night, or a part of her. I was keeping vigil by Papa's bedside, the lamp turned low. He was thrashing, muttering about a woman in black with eyes like burning coals. And then, I felt it. The cold. So intense, it was like a physical blow. The flame in the lamp guttered, casting monstrous, dancing shadows on the walls. And in the darkest corner of the room, where the shadows were thickest, I saw a shape, taller than a man, gaunt, draped in something that seemed to absorb the light. It had no discernible features, yet I felt its gaze upon me, filled with an ancient, insatiable hunger. I screamed. I must have, for it recoiled, or rather, it seemed to melt back into the shadows, and Papa, for a moment, grew calm. But the terror, oh God, the terror, it clings to me like a shroud. I fear I am losing my mind. Or perhaps, I am finally seeing the truth of this accursed place. Alex's own heart hammered against ribs. A woman in black. The classic harbinger. The description, though born of terror and filtered through Alara's 19th century sensibility, was undeniably chilling. Alex could almost feel the icy breath of that presence, see the shadows deepen in the corners of the renovated parlor. The rational part of Alex's mind, the part that designed buildings based on logic and physics, struggled to maintain its grip. This was a diary, written by a frightened young woman over 100 years ago. It couldn't be real. And yet, the sincerity of her fear, the palpable horror that bled from the pages, was undeniable. And the house itself, the Gilman place, seemed to corroborate her every word with its oppressive atmosphere, its cold spots, its unsettling silences. The final entries were fragmented, almost incoherent. Alara seemed to be writing in a state of profound psychological distress. She mentioned locking herself in her room, barricading the door with furniture. She wrote of the entity trying to get in, scratching at the door, whispering her name in a voice that was sometimes sweet and cajoling, sometimes harsh and demanding. She spoke of a growing conviction that the house wanted something from her, something more than just her fear. December 19th, 1888. It wants a trade. It whispers it to me in the dark. A life for a life. Papa is so weak. He barely breathes. It says I can save him. But the price is too high. It wants me to stay, to become part of the house. Like the others. Are there others? I hear them sometimes crying in the walls. Oh God, what does that mean? Mrs. Hinge brought me food today. She would not meet my eyes. She said the house chooses, miss. It always chooses. Then she left, and I heard her bolt the door from the outside. I'm a prisoner. A prisoner in this house of shadows and despair. Alex felt a wave of nausea. A life for a life. Become part of the house. The cryptic words sent a fresh spear of ice through Alex's veins. The image of the skeletal hand, walled up, flashed into mind. Was this Alara's fate? Had she made some terrible bargain? Or had the house simply taken her? The idea of other presences, other victims trapped within the fabric of the building, was horrifying. The renovations, the act of peeling back layers, suddenly felt like disturbing a mass grave. There was only one entry left. It was dated December 21st, 1888. The handwriting was a barely legible scrawl, sprawling across the page, the ink blotched and smeared. It was clear Alara had been in a state of ultimate terror and despair. It is coming for me. Papa is gone. I heard his last breath an hour ago, a soft sigh, like the wind leaving a broken vessel. And then the house grew quiet. So quiet, but not peaceful. It is the quiet of the hunter before the strike. The cold is everywhere now. I can see my breath even as I write this. The scratching has stopped. The whispering has stopped. It is waiting. I will not let it take me. I will not become one of its weeping shadows in the walls. This diary, this is my only witness. If anyone finds this, know that Alara Vance did not go willingly. Know that this house is a place of... The entry ended there abruptly. The pen seemed to have trailed off the page, leaving a long, spidery smear of ink, as if her hand had been violently wrenched away. Alex stared at the final, horrifying words, a cold sweat breaking out on the forehead. The silence in the parlor was deafening. The story was incomplete, yet its conclusion was chillingly implied by the skeletal hand that had clutched this very diary, sealed away in the wall. Alara hadn't escaped. She had, in some terrible way, become part of the house, her remains hidden, her story silenced, until now. Alex closed the diary, hands trembling. The weight of Alara's tragedy, her terror, settled upon Alex like a physical burden. The house, which had seemed merely old and atmospheric, now felt actively malevolent, a predator that had claimed victims before and was perhaps stirring once more. The discovery in the wall was no longer just a gruesome find. It was a warning. Alara Vance had tried to leave a message, a desperate cry for help from beyond the grave. And Alex had just read it. The air in the parlor seemed to thicken, to grow heavy. A floorboard creaked upstairs, a slow, deliberate sound, like a footstep. Alex froze, straining to listen. Another creak, closer this time, from the hallway just outside the parlor door. Every rational explanation, settling foundations, the wind, an animal, evaporated in a wave of pure, primal fear. The house knew. It knew the diary had been read. It knew its secrets were no longer safe. And it was coming. Alex's gaze darted to the parlor door, half expecting to see the knob slowly turn. To see a tall, dark shadow fall across the threshold. The silence stretched, taut, and unbearable. Then, from somewhere deep within the walls, came a soft, almost inaudible sound. A whisper. Faint, sibilant, and chillingly familiar from Alara's descriptions. It was too indistinct to make out words, but its intent was unmistakable. It was a summons, or a threat. Alex scrambled back, knocking over a can of paintbrushes with a clatter that sounded like a gunshot in the oppressive stillness. The whispering stopped, but the feeling of being watched, of being surrounded by an ancient, hungry intelligence was stronger than ever. The renovation of the Gilman place had just become a desperate fight for survival. The hand in the wall had pointed the way, and the diary had lit the path, a path leading straight into the heart of a nightmare. Chapter 2. Whispers from the Plaster. The immediate aftermath of reading Ilara Vance's final, terrifying entry was a paralysis born of sheer horror. Alex sat frozen, the closed diary resting on the workbench, its presence radiating a palpable chill that had nothing to do with the ambient temperature of the old parlor. The creaking upstairs had ceased. The whisper had faded, but the oppressive sense of a listening, waiting presence was overwhelming. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every rustle of wind through the eaves sounded like a sibilant breath. The Gilman place, Oakhaven's forgotten relic, had shed its benign facade of decay and revealed itself as a tomb, a predator, a place where souls were not laid to rest but were, perhaps, consumed. Ilara's story, her descent from melancholy to madness and then to a silenced, walled-up horror, was a stark, undeniable testament to the house's malevolent power. The skeletal hand, no longer just a gruesome artifact, was a relic of that power, a trophy. Alex's first coherent thought was escape. To gather what was essential, get in the car, and drive away from Oakhaven. From Hemlock Lane, from this house of suffocating dread, and never look back. The renovation, the dreams of architectural resurrection, all of it seemed like a fool's errand now. A dangerous naivety that had led Alex to pry open a Pandora's box of generational suffering. But then another thought, colder and more insidious, slithered in. What if escape wasn't that simple? Ilara had tried to leave, or at least had yearned for it. She had become a prisoner. Mrs. Hinge's chilling words echoed in Alex's mind. The house chooses, miss. It always chooses. Had the house already chosen Alex? Had the act of finding the hand, of reading the diary, forged some terrible connection? The thought sent a fresh wave of icy fear through Alex. A fear that was less about sudden shock and more about a dawning, inescapable dread. The logical, pragmatic side of Alex, though severely battered, began to reassert itself. This was the 21st century. Ghosts, malevolent entities, houses that consumed souls. These were the stuff of fiction, of Eli Nightfall's narratives, not tangible reality. Ilara Vance had likely been a victim of her time, a young woman in an isolated, oppressive environment, possibly suffering from mental illness exacerbated by her father's decline and the primitive medical understanding of the era. The entity, the woman in black, could have been products of a fevered imagination, hallucinations born of stress and grief. The hand on the wall, a gruesome but explainable tragedy, perhaps a secret burial to avoid scandal. A common enough occurrence in Victorian times. This rationalization, however, felt hollow, a flimsy shield against the palpable atmosphere of the house and the visceral terror conveyed by Ilara's words. The bruises she described, the physical manifestations, how did one explain those away? And the sheer, oppressive feeling of the house, a feeling Alex had experienced long before reading the diary, even if it had been dismissed or ignored. The debate raged within Alex's mind. Call the police. That was the sensible, responsible thing to do. Report the human remains. Let them deal with it. But what would Alex tell them? That the hand belonged to a woman named Ilara Vance who died in 1888, tormented by a supernatural entity? They would think Alex insane. The diary would be dismissed as a work of fiction, or the ramblings of a disturbed mind. And the hand? It would become a cold case filed away, its story, Ilara's story, lost once more. A strange sense of protectiveness, of obligation to Ilara, mingled with the fear. She had written, "This diary, this is my only witness." To hand it over to indifferent authorities felt like a betrayal of that final, desperate plea. And then there was the house itself. If there was something here, something malevolent, would involving the police provoke it further? Ilara had mentioned that attempts to seek outside help, or even to understand her plight, like Dr. Armitage's dismissal, seemed to make things worse, to isolate her further. The thought of a swarm of uniformed officers, skeptical detectives, and forensic teams tramping through the Gilman place. Their disbelief and clinical detachment, perhaps angering whatever lurked within its walls, was a genuinely frightening prospect. Alex was alone in this, alone with Alara's secrets and the brooding presence of the house. The day wore on, the shadows lengthening. The silence of the house broken only by Alex's own ragged breathing and the occasional nerve-jangling creak of its ancient timbers. Food was the last thing on Alex's mind. The coffee made earlier sat cold and untouched. The parlor, with the workbench and the terrible box, became the unwilling epicenter of Alex's fear. Leaving the room felt like abandoning a post. Yet staying in it was an exercise in escalating terror. Finally, as dusk began to bleed through the grimy windows, painting the room in shades of gray and purple, Alex made a decision. Not a solution, but a course of action. The diary would be reread, carefully, analytically, not as a horror story, but as a historical document, a collection of clues. Elara had been trying to understand what was happening to her. Perhaps within her terrified observations, there was some detail that could offer a defense and explanation, or even a weapon. It was a slim hope, perhaps a foolish one, but it was better than succumbing to a paralyzing fear. With renewed, if fragile, determination, Alex switched on a powerful work lamp, its harsh glare banishing some of the deeper shadows in the parlor, though it also seemed to make the remaining darkness more profound, more absolute. The wooden box containing Alara's hand was moved to the far side of the room, covered with a dust sheet, an attempt to lessen its immediate, visceral impact. Then, taking a steadying breath, Alex opened the diary once more. This time, the focus was not on the emotional horror, but on the specifics. Dates, locations within the house, descriptions of the phenomena, any mention of rituals, symbols, or attempted defenses. Elara had written, "Some doors are best left unopened, miss." What doors? Had Mrs. Henge been referring to literal doors, or something metaphorical? The house was full of doors, most of them warped and sticking in their frames. Were some of them gateways? The early entries, recounting the move and the initial settling in period, offered little beyond atmosphere. But then, the first mention of the unexplained, the scent of lilies. The scent of lilies, cloyingly sweet, in rooms where no flowers grew. Alex paused. Lilies, often associated with funerals, with death. Was a calling card of the entity? Or a residual olfactory hallucination, a scent memory embedded in the house itself? Alex made a mental note. Then, the whispers. Initially just her name. Later, urgings, temptations. And the cold spots, particularly in the hallway outside her father's east-facing bedroom. Alex had felt those cold spots, too. Fleeting and dismissed, but undeniably there. The description of the shadow man, near the linen press in the upstairs corridor, was particularly unsettling. Bess, the maid, had seen it. Had Bess also been target? Or just a sensitive, caught in the crossfire? The diary didn't say much more about Bess, other than her increasing fear and eventual, presumed, departure. Perhaps she had escaped. Or perhaps the house had simply lost interest in her once Elara became the primary focus. The thought was a cold comfort. Alara's mention of the entity touching her, leaving bruises, was a critical point. Physical interaction. That changed everything. It elevated the threat from psychological torment to tangible danger. Alex reread the description of the bruises. Faint, discolored bruises shaped like fingerprints. Fingerprints implied a hand. Whose hand? The entity's? Or was it a manifestation of the house's will? The encounter in her father's room. The sight of the woman in black with eyes like burning coals was the most vivid description of the entity. Taller than a man, gaunt, draped in something that seemed to absorb the light. This was no mere shadow. This was an apparition, a being of malevolent intent. And it was linked to her father's decline. Is this house, this thing that is draining the life from him? Was the house feeding? Sustaining itself on the life force, the fear, the despair of its occupants? The idea was monstrous, but it resonated with the deep, intuitive sense of unease Alex had always felt here. The house didn't just feel haunted, it felt predatory. The final, fragmented entries were the most crucial and the most terrifying. It wanted to trade, a life for a life. It wanted me to stay, to become part of the house. Like the others. Are there others? I hear them sometimes crying in the walls. This was the core of it. The entity, or the house itself, was a collector. It trapped souls. Alara's fate, walled up with her diary, was a chilling confirmation. The hand wasn't just buried, it was kept. A trophy, a permanent part of the house's grim collection. And the crying in the walls. Alex's blood ran cold. Had the faint, indecipherable whispers Alex had heard earlier been Alara, or other forgotten victims, their sorrow seeping through the plaster and lath? Mrs. Hinge's role was enigmatic. Was she a servant of the house, a willing accomplice, or merely a terrified observer? Too cowed to intervene? Her words, "The house chooses," suggested a fatalistic acceptance, perhaps even a deeper knowledge of the house's workings. Was she still alive? Unlikely, after more than a century. But had she passed on her knowledge, her role, to someone else? The thought of a human agent, a custodian of the house's evil, was a new and disturbing possibility. As Alex finished the second reading, the work lamp flickered erratically, casting strobe-like flashes across the room. Alex's heart leaped into the throat. The bulb buzzed and steadied, but the brief plunge into near darkness had been terrifying. Coincidence? Faulty wiring? Or was the house reacting to this renewed scrutiny of its secrets? The air in the parlor grew perceptibly colder. Alex could see their breath fogging in the harsh light of the lamp. It was the same bone-chilling cold Alara had described, a cold that seeped into the marrow, that no amount of clothing could ward off. And then it began, a soft sound, from the direction of the newly exposed cavity in the wall where the box had been found. A faint, rhythmic scratching. Scritch, scrape, scritch, like fingernails dragging across old wood. Alex froze, every nerve ending screaming. It was the sound Alara had described, the sound of the entity trying to get into her room. But now it was coming from within the walls themselves, as if something were trying to claw its way out. The pragmatic explanations, the psychological dismissals, all shattered into a million pieces. This was real. Alara's nightmare was Alex's reality. The whispers had begun. The scratching sound, delicate yet insistent, seemed to bore directly into Alex's sanity. It was an intimate, violating noise, like the scuttling of some unseen vermin, but imbued with a chilling intelligence, a deliberate cadence that mocked any attempt at rational explanation. Alex's gaze was fixed on the dark, gaping hole in the parlor wall. The source of Alara Vance's unearthing, now a gaping maw that seemed to breathe the icy air filling the room. The work lamp flickered again, more violently this time, and with a final angry buzz, plunged the parlor into near total darkness. Only the faint, grayish light of the dying dusk filtered through the grimy windows, rendering the familiar shapes of furniture and tools into monstrous, distorted silhouettes. Alex fumbled for the heavy-duty flashlight that was always clipped to a tool belt, fingers clumsy with panic. The beam, when it finally sprang to life, felt pitifully inadequate, a small circle of clarity in an ocean of encroaching dread. The scratching stopped the instant the flashlight beam hit the cavity. The silence that rushed in was somehow worse, thick with anticipation, as if the house itself were holding its breath. Alex's own breath came in shallow, ragged gasps. The rational mind, already battered, was screaming for retreat, for escape, but Alex's feet felt rooted to the floorboards, a primal terror locking muscles in place. This was no longer about uncovering history or understanding a past tragedy. This was about survival. The house was awake, aware, and seemingly hostile to Alex's intrusion, to the knowledge gleaned from Alara's diary. The act of reading, of knowing, had marked Alex, had drawn the attention of whatever malevolent consciousness resided within these decaying walls. The subtle unease of the past few weeks, the dismissed cold spots and fleeting shadows, now coalesced into a single, terrifying realization. The house had been observing, testing, perhaps even toying with Alex, and now the game had changed. Slowly, cautiously, Alex forced trembling legs to move, backing away from the workbench, away from the violated wall. The flashlight beam danced erratically, casting wild shadows that leaped and writhed like tormented spirits to the outside world. But the parlor, which had once seemed a space of potential and light, now felt like a trap, its dimensions shifting, its corners deepening into impenetrable darkness. It was cold, dry, like autumn leaves skittering across a tombstone, and it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, from the very air itself. And it spoke a single word, a name: Alex. The sound of Alex's own name, uttered by that dead, ancient voice, was a violation far deeper than the scratching. It was personal. It was knowing. Alex stumbled back, a choked cry escaping. The flashlight fell, clattering to the floor and rolling away, its beam spinning crazily before extinguishing with a soft pop, plunging the hallway into absolute blackness. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at Alex's throat. Blind, disoriented, Alex groped for the wall, for any sense of direction. The air was frigid now, stealing the breath, and with it came a scent, faint, cloyingly sweet, and sickeningly familiar from Alara's diary. Lilies, the scent of death. Then came the touch. Something brushed against Alex's arm, light as a cobweb, yet icy cold, raising goose flesh in its wake. Alex recoiled, flailing wildly in the dark, a strangled scream tearing from the lungs. There was no substance, no weight, just that ephemeral, chilling contact, and then it was gone. But the implication was clear. It could touch. It was here, in the darkness, with Alex. The image of Alara's bruises, the fingerprints, flashed into Alex's mind. This was how it began. The psychological torment, then the physical. The house was following a pattern, a well-worn script of terror, driven by a surge of adrenaline born of pure terror. Alex lunged for where the front door should be, abandoning all thought of tools, of the diary, of anything but escape. The familiar layout of the house, memorized through weeks of renovation, now seemed alien, a labyrinth designed to ensnare. A hand brushed against the doorframe, then another. This was the main hallway. The front door was just ahead. Alex fumbled for the doorknob, a large, ornate brass fixture that had always been stiff and difficult to turn. Now it felt welded shut. Alex twisted, pulled, rattled it with frantic desperation, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if the house itself were holding it closed, its ancient timbers swelling, its will imposing itself on the physical structure. A low chuckle seemed to echo from the depths of the house, a dry, mirthless sound that vibrated through the floorboards. It was laughing. Defeated at the front door, Alex spun around, heart pounding, searching for another way out. The back door, through the kitchen, the windows. But the windows were old, sash cord style, many of them painted shut over the years, requiring tools and time to open. Tools and time Alex didn't have. The kitchen. Yes, the kitchen door led to the overgrown back garden. It was a less direct route, but perhaps less guarded. Alex stumbled through the darkened archway that led towards the rear of the house, hands outstretched, bumping into unseen obstacles. The scent of lilies was stronger here, mingled with a damp, earthy smell, like freshly turned grave soil. As Alex entered what should have been the kitchen, a faint luminescence became visible. It wasn't a welcoming light, but a pale, sickly glow emanating from the far end of the room, near where the back door was located. Hope, fragile and desperate, flickered, perhaps a street lamp or moonlight finding a gap in the perpetual Oakhaven clouds. But as Alex moved closer, the nature of the light became apparent. It was shifting, coalescing, forming a shape. A tall, gaunt figure draped in shadows that seemed to writhe and flow like tattered grave shrouds. It had no discernible features, no face, just a deeper blackness where a head should be. Yet Alex could feel its gaze, cold and ancient, boring into them. The woman in black, Ilara's tormentor. It stood directly in front of the back door, blocking the only remaining path to escape. Alex froze, a silent scream trapped in the throat. The figure remained motionless for a long moment, a statue carved from nightmare. Then, slowly, one shadowy arm began to rise, extending a hand that was little more than a collection of elongated, skeletal fingers. It pointed not at Alex, but towards the center of the kitchen, towards an old cast-iron stove that Alex had marked for removal. The scratching sound returned, louder now, more frantic, emanating from behind the stove. And with it, a new sound, a soft, muffled weeping. It was the sound of a woman, heartbroken, terrified, a sound that seemed to seep from the very plaster of the walls. The woman in black tilted its head, a gesture that, despite the lack of features, conveyed a sense of hideous satisfaction. It was showing Alex something, directing Alex's attention. The crying in the walls. Ilara had heard it. Now, Alex was hearing it too, and seeing its apparent conductor. The entity seemed to be offering a choice, or perhaps delivering a message. You're not the first. You will not be the last. Listen to their sorrow. It will soon be yours. The sheer malevolence of it, the cold, calculated cruelty was breathtaking. This wasn't just a haunting. It was a curated experience of terror, a slow, methodical dismantling of hope and sanity. Alex knew, with a certainty that transcended fear, that to approach the stove, to investigate the source of that weeping, would be to step further into the house's embrace, to become more deeply entangled in its web of suffering. But to stay here, transfixed by the terrifying apparition, was equally untenable. The house was playing with Alex, a cat with a cornered mouse, and the game was just beginning. The whispers, the cold, the touch, the apparitions, it was all escalating, just as it had for Ilara Vance more than a century ago. The diary had been a script, and Alex was now its unwilling protagonist. Chapter 3, Screams Etched in Ink. The standoff in the kitchen felt like an eternity, the silence punctuated only by Alex's ragged breathing and the heartbreaking, muffled sobs that seemed to emanate from behind the hulking cast-iron stove. The woman in black remained a terrifying sentinel, its shadowy form blocking the only viable escape route, its silence more menacing than any shriek. Alex's mind raced, desperately seeking an alternative, a way out of this tightening net of supernatural horror. The windows were a non-option without tools or time. The front door was sealed. Upstairs, to venture deeper into the house, into the territory where Ilara had experienced some of her worst torments, felt like walking willingly into the lion's den. But what choice was there? To remain here was to be toyed with, to be slowly broken down by this relentless psychological assault. A sudden, jarring crash from the parlor shattered the tense silence. It sounded like glass shattering, followed by a heavy thud. The shadowy figure in the kitchen didn't react, didn't even flinch, its unseen gaze still fixed on Alex. But the sound was a catalyst. It broke the paralysis that had gripped Alex. It was a distraction, perhaps a sign that the entity's attention, or the house's manifestations, were not solely focused on this one room. Or a more chilling thought, perhaps it was a lure drawing Alex towards another, carefully orchestrated horror. Regardless, it was a break in the suffocating tension. Seizing the momentary lapse, Alex did the only thing that felt remotely possible: retreat. Not toward the block back door, but back towards the central hallway, away from the pointing specter and the sorrowful weeping. The entity made no move to stop Alex, its form remaining static, a silent, ominous presence. It was as if it knew Alex had nowhere to truly run, that all paths within the Gilman place led to the same inevitable dread. Back in the relative darkness of the main hallway, Alex pressed against the wall, heart hammering, trying to regain some semblance of composure. The crash from the parlor, what could it have been? The work lamp? Unlikely to make such a heavy thud. The box containing Ilara's hand? The thought sent a fresh spike of revulsion and fear through Alex. The flashlight was still somewhere on the parlor floor. Without it, Alex was navigating by touch and the faint, unreliable ambient light that seeped in from the Oakhaven night, stealing nerves that felt frayed beyond repair. Alex edged towards the parlor doorway, peering cautiously into the gloom. The room was a disaster. The workbench had been overturned, its contents, tools, plans, the open diary scattered across the floor. And in the center of the room, directly beneath the cavity in the wall, lay the wooden box, its lid askew. Alara's skeletal hand was partially visible, its bony fingers seeming to reach out from the shadows. But that wasn't what had caused the crash. One of the tall, grimy parlor windows, the one furthest from the fireplace, was shattered. Jagged shards of glass littering the floorboards and glinting faintly in the dim light. It looked as if something had been thrown through it from the inside. Alex crept into the room, senses on high alert. The air was still frigid, the scent of lilies present but fainter here, as if its source were elsewhere. The diary lay face down near the overturned workbench. Alex's first instinct was to retrieve it. It was the only link to understanding this nightmare, the only testament to Alara's ordeal. Crouching down, Alex carefully picked it up, the brittle pages cool beneath trembling fingers. As Alex straightened, a flicker of movement near the broken window caught the eye. Standing just outside on the overgrown lawn, silhouetted against the faint glow of a distant street lamp, was a figure. It was too far, too dark to make out details, but it was tall and slender, unmoving. Watching, Alex's blood ran cold. Was it the woman in black, somehow now outside? Or something else entirely? Before Alex could process the sight, the figure melted back into the deeper shadows of the unkempt garden, vanishing as if it had never been. A new, more insidious fear began to creep in. The house wasn't just an isolated container of horror. Its influence, its manifestations, could extend beyond its physical boundaries. Was Alex even safe outside? The thought was terrifying. The sanctuary of the outside world, the escape route Alex had so desperately craved, now felt compromised. Shaking, Alex retrieved the flashlight, its casing cracked but miraculously still functional. The beam, though weaker, offered some small comfort. The priority now was to secure the house, or at least to create some illusion of safety. The broken window was an immediate problem. It was an open invitation, not just to the elements, but to whatever lurked outside. Alex found a large piece of plywood from the renovation supplies in the hallway and, with considerable effort and fumbling in the dim light, managed to nail it crudely over the shattered pane. It was a temporary fix, ugly and insecure, but it blocked the gaping hole both physically and, more importantly, psychologically. With the window patched, a sliver of pragmatism returned. Alex couldn't stay in this house. Not like this, not without understanding more or finding some way to fight back. But fleeing blindly in the middle of the night, with a distinct feeling of being watched, of being hunted, also felt like a fool's errand. Alex needed a plan, and the diary, Alara's tormented chronicle, was still the only guide. Retreating to the small, relatively secure bedroom upstairs, the one room Alex had managed to make somewhat habitable, with a sturdy door and a working lock, seemed like the least terrible option. It was a small space, less prone to the vast, echoing shadows of the downstairs rooms. And it was as far as possible from the weeping behind the kitchen stove and the violated parlor wall. Clutching the diary and the flashlight, Alex ascended the main staircase, each creak of the old wood underfoot sounding like a thunderclap. The upstairs hallway was a long, dark corridor, lined with closed doors leading to forgotten bedrooms. Alara had written of the Shadow Man near the linen press here. Alex swept the flashlight beam across the space, heart pounding, but saw nothing but dust and cobwebs. Reaching the chosen bedroom, Alex quickly entered, shut the door, and, with a surge of relief, turned the key in the old-fashioned lock. The click of the bolt sliding into place was a small, satisfying sound, a tiny victory against the encroaching dread. The room was Spartan, a mattress on the floor, a sleeping bag, a few changes of clothes in a duffel bag, and a small electric lantern. Alex switched on the lantern. Its warm, steady glow a welcome contrast to the flashlight's erratic beam. For the first time in hours, Alex felt a fractional easing of the suffocating terror. Here, in this small, locked space, it might be possible to think, to strategize. Sitting on the mattress, back against the cold wall, Alex opened Alara's diary again. The earlier readings had been about discovery, about understanding the scope of the horror. This time, Alex was looking for something else. Patterns, weaknesses, any hint of how Alara had tried to resist, or what the entity truly desired beyond suffering and companionship in misery. The entries detailing her father's decline were particularly disturbing. It is this house, this thing, that is draining the life from him. If the entity fed on life force, on vitality, then fear and despair were its seasonings. But what was the main course? And how did it collect its victims? The walled-up hand suggested a physical component, a binding to the property. Alara had mentioned Mrs. Hinge's cryptic remarks. Some doors are best left unopened. And the house chooses. Was there a specific trigger? A specific vulnerability it exploited? Alara's isolation, her grief, her sensitivity. Had these made her a prime target? Alex, too, was isolated, working alone, pouring emotional and physical energy into this place. Had Alex inadvertently offered himself up as a candidate? The thought was deeply unsettling. The diary spoke of the entity's attempts to communicate, to bargain. It wants a trade, a life for a life. It wants me to stay, to become part of the house. This implied a transactional nature, however twisted. It wasn't just random, mindless malevolence. There was a purpose, a desire. But what did it mean to become part of the house? Was it a spiritual binding, or something more horrifyingly literal, as suggested by Alara's entombed remains? Alex scanned the pages for any mention of symbols, rituals, or protections Alara might have known or tried. There was little. Her era was one of burgeoning science and waning superstition, at least among the educated classes. She mentioned prayer, but it seemed to offer little comfort or defense. She wrote of locking her door, of trying to physically bar the entity's entry. But those efforts were clearly futile against a being that could manifest within rooms and manipulate the environment. There was one passage, however, that Alex had skimmed over before, but which now seemed to jump out. It was from early November, before the worst of the terror had begun, when Alara was still exploring the house and its grounds. November 2nd, 1888. I explored the old root cellar today. It is a damp, unpleasant place beneath the kitchen, accessed by a treacherous flight of stone steps. Mrs. Hinge advised against it, saying it was not a place for young ladies, but my curiosity overcame her vague warnings. It is largely empty, save for cobwebs and the smell of decay. However, in the furthest corner, carved into the stone wall, I found some strange markings. They are not letters I recognize, nor any symbol I have encountered in my studies. They are crude, almost primitive, yet there is a certain unsettling symmetry to them. I sketched them in my notebook, intending to ask Papa if he recognizes them, though I doubt his scholarship extends to such rustic graffiti. They make me uneasy, though I cannot say why. Strange markings, carved into the stone wall of the root cellar. Alex's heart quickened. This was something tangible, something Alara had noted as unusual, unsettling. The root cellar. Alex knew of its existence. The access door was in the kitchen floor, a heavy wooden hatch that had been nailed shut, presumably for safety reasons generations ago. Had Alara stumbled upon something significant? A warning symbol? Or a more disturbing thought? A summoning sigil? A focus point for the house's malevolent energy? The entry didn't include the sketch, unfortunately, but the location was specific. The root cellar, beneath the kitchen, where the weeping had been heard, where the woman in black had stood. It all seemed to connect. A new resolve, born of desperation and a flicker of hope, solidified within Alex. This was a lead, a place to investigate. It was dangerous, terrifyingly so, but it was something to stay huddled in this room. Waiting for the entity to break through the locked door was a passive surrender. To investigate the root cellar, to seek out these markings, was to take action, however perilous. As if in response to this new determination, the temperature in the small bedroom began to drop. The warm glow of the lantern seemed to dim, the shadows in the corners to deepen. A soft scratching sound started at the door, tentative at first, then more insistent, like tiny claws seeking purchase in the wood. Alex's blood turned to ice. It had found them. It knew Alex was here, and it wanted in. The screams Alara had etched in ink were about to find a new voice. The scratching at the bedroom door intensified, no longer tentative but sharp and deliberate. The sound of determined claws or fingernails gouging at the wood. Alex scrambled back from the door, heart hammering against ribs, the diary falling from nerveless fingers. The locked door, which had offered a fleeting sense of security, now felt like a pathetically flimsy barrier against whatever unseen horror sought entry. The temperature in the room plummeted further. Alex's breath pluming in visible clouds in the dim light of the struggling lantern. The scratching was accompanied by a low, guttural growl, a sound that seemed to vibrate from the very timbers of the house, a sound that spoke of ancient hunger and implacable malice. This wasn't just Alara's delicate, whispering entity. This felt more primal, more savage. Panic threatened to overwhelm Alex, but the image of Alara's final, desperate entry, her defiance even in the face of certain doom, flashed through Alex's mind. I will not let it take me. That desperate courage, reaching across more than a century, ignited a spark of defiance in Alex. To cower here was to accept Alara's fate. The root cellar, the strange markings, it was a desperate, terrifying gamble, but it was the only active path forward. Alex snatched up the flashlight, its beam weaker now, but still functional, and scanned a small room for anything that could serve as a weapon, a deterrent. There was nothing but the renovation tools left downstairs. A hammer, a pry bar, useless against an intangible foe, or one that could shatter windows from the inside. The scratching stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was, if possible, even more terrifying. It was an expectant silence, a predator's pause. Then a new sound, a soft, insidious whisper, seeming to emanate from the other side of the door, from the wood itself. Alex, let me in. I know you're there. So cold, so lonely. It was a grotesque parody of a pleading voice, laced with an underlying current of something cold and predatory. It wasn't Alara's voice, nor the dry, ancient voice from the parlor. This was something else, something new, or perhaps another facet of the house's multifaceted torment. Alex pressed hands over ears, trying to block out the insidious whisper, but it seemed to seep directly into the skull. Suddenly, the doorknob began to rattle violently. The old lock, sturdy as it was, groaned under the pressure. Alex stared in horror as the wood around the lock began to splinter, a fine crack appearing, then another. It was trying to force its way in. There was no more time to think, no more time to hesitate. Save for the door that was rapidly failing. Alex slammed the heel of a hand against the sash, then again with all their might. The old wood groaned, but didn't budge. Frantic, Alex looked around, spotting a heavy glass water bottle left on the floor. It was a poor substitute for a hammer, but it would have to do. Gripping the bottle by its neck, Alex smashed it against the window pane nearest the sash lock. The glass shattered with a deafening crash, shards flying inward. The cold night air, Alex reached through the opening, fumbling for the sash lock. It was stiff, rusted, but with a desperate wrench, it gave way. Now for the hard part. Alex heaved at the lower sash. It moved, thudding blows against the wood. The door was cracking, splintering, about to give way. Tears of frustration and terror streamed down Alex's face. Trapped. Again. Then, Alex remembered the pry bar. The bedroom door buckled, a large crack appearing down its center. Any second now. No! Alex screamed, a raw, defiant sound. Bolting from the window, Alex yanked open the now splintering door, not to escape into the hallway, but to create a momentary distraction, a desperate gamble. The hallway was dark, the source of the growling and pounding unseen. Alex didn't wait to investigate. Slamming the bedroom door shut again. A futile gesture, but one that bought precious seconds. Alex turned and raced towards the main staircase, plunging back into the oppressive darkness of the Gilman place. The descent was a nightmare of stumbling steps and imagined pursuit. Every creak of the stairs, every rustle of unseen movement, sounded like the entity at Alex's heels. The parlor, when Alex reached it, was a scene of devastation in the weak beam of the flashlight. The overturned workbench, the scattered tools, the violated wall cavity. It was a tableau of Alex's dawning horror. The pry bar lay half-hidden under a sheet of fallen plaster. Alex snatched it up, it's cold. Heavy steel, a small comfort in the overwhelming dread. As Alex straightened, a low moan echoed from the direction of the kitchen. The weeping, it was still there, and the scent of lilies, stronger now, seemed to be drawing Alex towards it, a siren song of sorrow and decay. But Alex's target was the root cellar, Alara's strange markings. It was a long shot, a desperate hope, but it was the only thread to cling to. The kitchen, the source of the weeping, the domain of the woman in black. Alex approached the kitchen doorway, pry bar held like a talisman, heart pounding a frantic rhythm against ribs. Peering into the gloom, Alex saw no sign of the shadowy figure. The room was empty, save for the hulking stove and the pervasive, chilling sense of despair. The weeping, however, was clearer here, more distinct, undeniably female, undeniably heartbroken. It seemed to be coming from the floor itself, near the back of the room where the cellar hatch was located. The hatch was, as Alex remembered, nailed shut. Old, rusty nails driven deep into the wood. It would take time and effort to open it. Time Alex might not have. The house was quiet again, too quiet. The growling and pounding from upstairs had ceased. Was it waiting, watching, or had it lost Alex's trail? Unlikely. It felt more like a strategic pause, allowing Alex to walk deeper into its clutches. With the pry bar, Alex began to work on the nails. The screech of metal against wood echoing unnaturally loud in the stillness. Each nail resisted, groaning in protest, before finally yielding. The work was frantic, fueled by a desperate urgency. Sweat slicked Alex's palms, making it difficult to grip the pry bar. The weeping continued, a constant, mournful counterpoint to Alex's labors, sometimes sounding so close it was as if the woman were right beside Alex, her breath cold on Alex's neck. Finally, the last nail came free. The hatch, a heavy square of old, dark wood, was loose. Alex hesitated for a moment, a fresh wave of terror washing over them. What lay beneath? What horrors had Alara only hinted at? The smell of damp earth, of mildew, and something else. Something fetid and ancient, wafted up from the cracks around the hatch. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Alex inserted the tip of the pry bar under the edge of the hatch and heaved. It lifted, slowly, grudgingly, revealing a square of utter blackness beneath. A flight of steep, narrow stone steps, slick with dampness, disappeared into the oppressive dark. The weeping sound seemed to be amplified now, welling up from the depths, accompanied by a gust of air so cold it felt like the breath of the grave. This was it, Alara's root cellar, the place of the strange markings. Alex pointed the failing flashlight beam down into the abyss. It barely penetrated the gloom, revealing only the first few treacherous steps. There was no choice now but to descend. The screams etched in ink in Alara's diary had led Alex here, to the threshold of an older, deeper horror. And as Alex took the first tentative step down into the Stygian blackness, a soft, sibilant whisper seemed to coil around them from the darkness below. Welcome. Chapter 4. Shifting Shadows, Creeping Dread. The descent into the root cellar was a journey into the literal and metaphorical bowels of the Gilman place. Each stone step was slick with an unidentifiable dampness, treacherous underfoot, and the air grew progressively colder and heavier, thick with the cloying scent of mildew, rotting earth, and that same faint, sweet, funereal lily odor that seemed to be the house's calling card. Alex's flashlight beam, already weak, struggled against the oppressive darkness, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed like tortured souls on the rough-hewn stone walls. The weeping sound, which had been so clear from the kitchen, was strangely muted down here, replaced by a profound, unnerving silence, as if this subterranean space existed outside the normal auditory realm of the house. It was a silence that felt ancient, watchful, and utterly devoid of comfort. The pry bar, clutched tightly in one hand, felt like a pitifully inadequate defense against whatever horrors this forgotten space might hold. The stone steps ended abruptly on a packed earth floor. Alex swept the flashlight beam around, heart pounding a frantic rhythm against ribs. The root cellar was larger than anticipated, a low-ceilinged chamber that stretched away into impenetrable darkness beyond the flashlight's limited reach. The walls were rough, damp stone, glistening with moisture. Wooden shelves, long since rotted and collapsed, lay in heaps against the walls, draped in cobwebs thick as shrouds. The air was stagnant, heavy, and carried a palpable sense of age and decay, and of something else, a feeling of profound sorrow, of despair, so ancient it had seeped into the very stones. This was not just a storage space. It felt like a crypt, a place of forgotten suffering. Alara had called it unpleasant. That was a monumental understatement. This place felt wrong. Fundamentally, primordially wrong. Recalling Alara's diary entry, Alex began to search for the strange markings she had described. In the furthest corner, carved into the stone wall. But which corner was the furthest? The cellar seemed to have no discernible shape, its boundaries lost in the oppressive gloom. Alex moved slowly, cautiously, sweeping the flashlight beam across the damp stone, acutely aware of every drip of water, every skittering sound that might herald the approach of something unseen. The silence pressed in, broken only by Alex's own ragged breathing and the squelch of boots on the damp earth. The feeling of being watched was intense here, more so than anywhere else in the house. It was as if the darkness itself had eyes. After what felt like an eternity of fruitless searching, Alex's flashlight beam fell upon something. Not the markings yet, but a collection of objects piled in a dark recess, almost hidden behind a jutting section of the wall. Curiosity, overriding caution for a moment, drew Alex closer. There were old wooden crates, similar in style to the box that had contained Alara's hand, but larger. Most were broken, their contents spilled out onto the earth floor, rusted tools, fragments of pottery, and, chillingly, what looked like children's toys. A small, crudely carved wooden horse, its paint faded and peeling. A porcelain doll, its face cracked, one eye missing, staring blankly up at the flashlight beam. A wave of profound sadness, mixed with a fresh surge of horror, washed over Alex. Alara had written, "Are there others? I hear them sometimes cry in the walls." Were these the remnants of other victims, other lives consumed and forgotten by the Gilman place? The thought was unbearable. This house wasn't just haunted by Alara. It was a mausoleum, a repository of stolen childhoods and shattered lives. Shaking off the wave of despair, Alex forced himself to continue the search for the markings. If this cellar was a focal point of the house's evil, then understanding those symbols was paramount. Finally, in what seemed to be the deepest, most remote corner of the sprawling cellar, the flashlight beam picked them out. Carved deeply into the cold, damp stone of the wall were a series of symbols. They were unlike anything Alex had ever seen. Not letters, not runes, not any known occult sigil. They were crude, angular, almost abstract, yet they possessed a disturbing, alien symmetry, a sense of intelligent design that was profoundly unsettling. There were 3 distinct symbols, arranged in a triangular formation. As Alex stared at them, a faint throbbing sensation began behind the eyes. A low-grade hum that seemed to resonate with the symbols themselves. They felt active, charged with some unseen energy. Alex fumbled for the small notebook and pencil that were always tucked into a pocket of the work trousers. Hands trembling, Alex began to sketch the symbols, trying to replicate their strange angles and unsettling proportions as accurately as possible. The act of drawing them seemed to intensify the humming sensation, and the air around the markings grew perceptibly colder, the flashlight beam flickering erratically as if struggling against some invisible interference. It was as if the symbols themselves resisted being recorded, resisted being understood. As Alex finished sketching the third symbol, a sudden, sharp crack echoed through the cellar, like stone breaking under immense pressure. Alex jumped back, heart leaping into the throat, sweeping the flashlight beam around wildly. Nothing, just the damp walls, the oppressive darkness, the crushing silence. But the feeling of being watched had intensified, and now it was accompanied by a distinct sense of displeasure, of anger. Alex had disturbed something, something that did not wish to be disturbed. With the sketches secured in the notebook, Alex's only thought was to get out of this terrifying, sorrow-drenched cellar. The markings were a clue, perhaps a vital one, but lingering here felt like an invitation to whatever dark power resided in this subterranean crypt. Turning to leave, Alex's flashlight beam caught something else, something previously unnoticed, lying half-buried in the dirt at the base of the wall, directly beneath the carved symbols. It was another book, or rather, what was left of one, smaller than Alara's diary. Its cover was tattered, water-stained, and gnawed at the edges by time and vermin. Most of the pages were a pulpy, indecipherable mass, but a few near the center seemed relatively intact, protected somehow. With a sense of trepidation, Alex carefully picked it up. It was a child's primer, the kind used for learning letters and simple words. And on one of the miraculously preserved pages, written in a childish, unformed scrawl, was a single, repeated word. Mama, manga, mama. Beneath it, a crude drawing of a tall, dark figure, remarkably similar to the woman in black Alex had seen in the kitchen. A shocked, sobiscapid Alex. This was too much. The sheer, unrelenting accumulation of sorrow and terror was becoming unbearable. This child, whoever they were, had also seen the entity, had also suffered. The house didn't just prey on adults, it took children too. The wooden horse, the broken doll, the desperate, scrawled pleas for mama. It painted a picture of unimaginable horror. Alex carefully placed the primer back where it lay, a small, inadequate gesture of respect for a forgotten life. There was nothing more to be gained here but further despair. It was time to leave. The ascent from the root cellar was even more terrifying than the descent. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unseen movement. Every drip of water sounded like a footstep. Alex didn't dare look back, convinced that something was following, something ancient and hungry, disturbed from its subterranean lair. Reaching the top of the stone steps, Alex scrambled out of the hatch and back into the relative familiarity of the kitchen, slamming the heavy wooden door shut with a thud that echoed through the silent house. The air in the kitchen, though still cold and carrying the scent of lilies, felt almost balmy compared to the sepulchral chill of the cellar. The weeping sound was still there, but it seemed fainter now, as if mollified, or perhaps as if its purpose had been served. Alex leaned against the kitchen wall, gasping for breath, pry bar and flashlight clutched in trembling hands. The sketches of the symbols were safe in the notebook. That was something, but what did they mean? And what could Alex possibly do with them? The house remained quiet for the rest of the night, a deceptive, unnerving stillness that offered no comfort. Alex did not dare return to the upstairs bedroom with its shattered window and compromised door. Instead, Alex huddled in the least threatening corner of the parlor, the pry bar close at hand, the flashlight beam directed at the doorway, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. Sleep was impossible. Every time Alex's eyelids grew heavy, images from a cellar would flash through the mind. The strange symbols, the children's toys, the desperate scrawl in the primer. In Alara's words, a constant, chilling refrain. The house chooses. It always chooses. Had Alex been chosen? Or had Alex, by unearthing Alara's diary, by actively seeking out the house's secrets, simply made themselves a more interesting target? As the first gray, reluctant light of dawn began to filter through the grimy windows, a fragile sense of rationality began to reassert itself. Alex was still alive, terrified, traumatized, but alive. The entity, or entities, had had ample opportunity to do whatever it was they did, yet Alex had, so far, survived the encounters. Was it a game? A slow breaking down process, as Alara had experienced? Or was there something specific it wanted, something Alex had not yet understood or offered? The sketches of the symbols felt crucial. They were alien, powerful. They were a language Alex didn't understand, but one that clearly held significance within the dark mythology of the Gilman place. Alex needed help. Not the police, not yet, but someone who might understand such things. Someone who dealt with the esoteric, the arcane. The thought felt absurd, a desperate leap into the realm of fiction. But Alara's diary, the woman in black, the weeping in the walls, the chilling atmosphere of the root cellar, these were not fictions. They were terrifyingly real. Alex knew, with a certainty that settled deep in the bones, that the rational world had its limits, and the Gilman place existed far beyond them. The creeping dread of the night was solidifying into a desperate resolve to understand those symbols, to find a way to fight back before the shifting shadows of the house consumed Alex entirely. The harsh light of a new Oakhaven morning did little to dispel the oppressive gloom that clung to the Gilman place, both inside and out. For Alex, the dawn brought not relief, but a stark, brutal clarity. The events of the night, the terrifying apparitions, the pursuit, the horrifying discoveries in the root cellar, were not figments of an overactive imagination or stress-induced hallucinations. They were real. The house was a place of active, intelligent malevolence, a predator with a long and horrifying history. The pragmatic, architectural mindset that had drawn Alex to this renovation project was now shattered, replaced by the grim, terrified awareness of someone who has stared into an abyss and seen it stare back. Sleep had been impossible. Alex had dozed fitfully in the parlor, pry bar clutched like a lifeline, starting awake at every creak and groan of the ancient structure. Each awakening brought a fresh wave of dread, the certainty that the house was merely biding its time, drawing out the torment. The first priority was research. The symbol sketched from the root cellar wall burned in Alex's pocket, a tangible link to the house's dark power. It felt like a key, though whether they unlocked a path to salvation or deeper damnation remained to be seen. Alex's city apartment, though miles away, had a robust internet connection and access to online academic databases. Resources Oakhaven, with its single, sleepy library, could not offer. The thought of leaving the Gilman place, even for a few hours, was terrifying. The feeling of being watched was constant. And the incident with the figure outside, the broken parlor window, suggested the house's influence might not be strictly confined within its walls. But to stay here, armed with nothing but a pry bar and a terrifyingly incomplete understanding of the enemy, was suicide. Alex had to risk it. Before leaving, Alex did a cursory, fearful inspection of the house. The kitchen was quiet, the weeping behind the stove having ceased, though the oppressive cold and the scent of lilies remained. The parlor was a wreck, a testament to the night's terrors. Upstairs, the bedroom door hung precariously on one hinge, the wood around the lock splintered and gouged. The sight sent a fresh shiver down Alex's spine. Whatever had been trying to get in had been immensely powerful and terrifyingly persistent. Alara's diary, now Alex's most precious and horrifying possession, was carefully wrapped in a clean cloth and placed in a backpack, alongside the notebook containing the sketches of the symbols. The wooden box containing Alara's hand remained in the parlor, covered. Alex couldn't bring himself to touch it, nor to leave it completely unattended. It felt like a focal point, a relic too charged with the house's history to be moved carelessly. The drive back to the city was a blur of anxiety. Every shadow on the roadside, every darkly curtained window in a passing house seemed to hold a threat. Alex felt exposed, vulnerable, convinced that the malevolent intelligence of the Gilman place was somehow aware of this flight, however temporary. Reaching the familiar anonymity of the city, the bustling streets and indifferent crowds offered a strange, disorienting comfort. Here, the supernatural horrors of Hemlock Lane felt distant, almost unreal. Almost. In the sterile environment of the apartment, Alex threw himself into research with a desperate intensity. The symbols were the main focus. Alex scanned them into the computer, then began searching online databases of arcane symbols, occult sigils, ancient languages, and anthropological studies of primitive carvings. Hours passed in a frustrating, fruitless trawl. The symbols matched nothing known. They were unique, alien, their unsettling geometry defying classification. Alex consulted forums dedicated to Forteana, to paranormal investigation, to obscure historical mysteries, posting anonymized images of the symbols, hoping for some spark of recognition from the internet's collective consciousness. The responses, when they came, were a mixture of unhelpful speculation, outright skepticism, and a few equally baffled expressions of intrigue. No one recognized them. Frustration mounted. If the symbols were a key, Alex had no idea what lock they fit. Turning to Alara's diary, Alex reread it, this time searching for any mention of local Oakhaven folklore, any names or historical events that might offer a new avenue of investigation. Alara had mentioned Mr. Blackwood, her father's solicitor, and Dr. Armitage, the dismissive local doctor. Some doors are best left unopened. Had Mrs. Henge been a guardian of the house's secrets, or merely another of its long-suffering, cowed inhabitants? Her name was unusual, focusing more on Alara's emotional and psychological state. The Gilman place itself. Alex tried to research its history. Online property records were patchy for a house that old, but Alex managed to find a few scraps. It had been built in the late 1700s, making it one of the oldest structures in the Oakhaven area. It had passed through numerous hands over the centuries, with frequent periods of being vacant or falling into disrepair. There were anecdotal mentions in digitized local newspaper archives of it being unlucky, of families leaving suddenly, of whispers of it being haunted even back in the early 20th century. But nothing concrete, nothing that explained the depth of the evil Alex had encountered. As evening approached, Alex knew a decision had to be made. Returning to the Gilman place felt like walking back into a bear trap, but abandoning it, abandoning Alara's story and the mystery of the other lost souls, felt like a profound act of cowardice, and perhaps a dangerous one. If the house chose its victims, would distance truly offer protection, or would it merely delay the inevitable, allowing the entity to consolidate its power, to perhaps even reach out, as the figure outside the window had suggested? The thought of that shadowy presence, its ability to manifest outside the confines of the house, was a potent motivator. Alex was entangled, whether they liked it or not. The only way out was through. Before leaving the city, Alex made one last, desperate attempt at finding help. Remembering a guest lecture from university days, an eccentric professor emeritus of folklore and comparative mythology named Dr. Alastair Finch, who had a reputation for dabbling in the more obscure, less academically acceptable aspects of his field. Finch was old, reclusive, and largely dismissed by his mainstream colleagues, but he possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of arcane lore. If anyone could recognize the symbols or offer some insight into the nature of the Gilman place's haunting, it was him. Finding a current contact number for Finch proved difficult, but Alex eventually tracked down an old departmental email address. With little hope, Alex composed a carefully worded email. Attaching the sketches of the symbols and a heavily redacted summary of the situation at the Gilman place, omitting the more incredible details for fear of being dismissed as insane. Alex asked if Dr. Finch recognized the symbols or had encountered anything similar in his research. Then, with a sense of fatalism, Alex hit send, packed the backpack, and began the dreaded drive back to Oakhaven. The return to Hemlock Lane was even more fraught than the departure. Every shadow seemed to menace. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a whisper. As Alex pulled up to the Gilman place, its dark, silent facade seemed to loom with an almost sentient malevolence. The house looked expectant. Alex forced himself out of the car, the pry bar once again in hand. The air was cold, the scent of lilies and damp earth already clinging to the evening mist. As Alex approached the front door, a glint of metal on the porch caught the eye. It was the heavy brass doorknob, the one Alex had been unable to turn the previous night. It lay on the wooden planks of the porch, snapped clean off its spindle, as if torn away by immense force. The front door itself was slightly ajar, a dark, narrow opening into the Stygian blackness of the house. It was an invitation, or a dare. The shifting shadows within the house seemed to coalesce, to deepen in a low, almost inaudible hum, similar to the one felt near the symbols in the root cellar, emanated from within. The dread was a living thing now, coiling in Alex's stomach, but it was accompanied by a grim, desperate resolve. The house had made its move. Now it was Alex's turn. Chapter 5, Echoes of Agony. Stepping across the threshold of the Gilman place felt like surrendering to a known enemy. The front door, now hanging ajar with its knob violently torn away, was a clear message. Locks and barriers were meaningless here. The house granted access when it chose and denied it with equal caprice. The interior was even colder than Alex remembered. The silence more profound, more freighted with an unseen, listening presence. The hum, faint but pervasive, seemed to be emanating from the very walls, a low, resonant thrum that vibrated deep in Alex's bones, unsettling and disorienting. The pry bar felt like a child. Chapter 5, Echoes of Agony. Stepping across the threshold of the Gilman place, through the violated front door, felt like surrendering to a dark tide. The interior of the house was frigid, this toy against the scale of this ancient, patient evil. Alex's first, cautious steps into the main hallway were met with an immediate shift in the atmosphere. A wave of intense cold washed over them, far more severe than any draft silence, profound and heavy, like the stillness of a freshly sealed tomb. The faint, humming vibration Alex had sensed from the porch was stronger inside, a subliminal thrum that resonated deep within the bones, unsettling and disorienting. The air was thick and with it came a suffocating pressure, as if the air itself were thickening, trying to crush the breath from cloying sweetness of lilies. So potent now, it was almost nauseating. Alex's flashlight, its beam noticeably weaker, Alex's lungs. The scent of lilies, cloyingly sweet and funereal, was overwhelming, almost gagging. Alex cut a nervous swathe through the gloom of the main hallway. The house was quiet, too quiet. The overt manifestations fought back a surge of panic, forcing slow, deliberate breaths. The entity was aware of Alex's return. It was making of the previous night. The growling, the pounding, the visible apparitions were absent, replaced by an atmosphere of intense. Its presence known, a blatant display of its power to manipulate the environment. The parlor, when Alex peered in, was as watchful anticipation. It was as if the house, having demonstrated its power, was now content to let the psychological dread do it had been left, a scene of chaos and violation. The wooden box containing Alara's hand still sat in the corner, its work. Alex's immediate goal was the parlor, to check on Alara's hand and diary, and to establish a silent, grim testament. Alex's immediate goal was to find a defensible space, somewhere to regroup, and some kind of defensible base, however inadequate. The parlor was as Alex had left it, a chaotic mess of overturned furniture and, hopefully, a await a response from Dr. Finch. The upstairs bedroom, despite its broken window and damaged door, still scattered tools. The wooden box containing Alara's remains was undisturbed, still covered with the dust sheet. The diary felt like the most viable option, if only because of its single point of entry and its distance from the horrifying manifestations and, thankfully, was safe in Alex's backpack. The crudely patched window held, though the wind outside whistled ear the kitchen and cellar. Moving with a stealth Alex didn't feel. Flashlight beam cutting a nervous swathe through the gloomily around its edges. Alex righted the workbench, a small act of defiance against the chaos, and placed the electric. Alex ascended the creaking staircase. Each step was an agony of suspense, expecting at any moment to touch a whisper lantern upon it. Its steady glow, a small island of light in the encroaching darkness. The pry bar remained clutched in, an apparition. The upstairs hallway was dark and silent. The closed doors of the other bedrooms like sealed tombs. Reaching a white-knuckled grip, the silence was the worst part. It allowed the imagination to run rampant to the damaged bedroom. Alex quickly surveyed the situation. The door, though splintered, was still on its hinges. The populate every shadow, every creak of the ancient timbers with unspeakable horrors. Alex found himself listening with plywood covering the broken window was intact. It wasn't much, but it was something. Alex pushed a rickety chest of drawers in almost painful intensity, straining for any sound, a whisper, a footstep, the return of the weeping that might signal from against the wall to barricade the door. A flimsy defense, but one that offered a sliver of psychological comfort. Then the entity's next move. But the house remained obstinately, unnervingly silent. Was this a reprieve? Or was... Settling onto the mattress with a backpack, Alex pulled out the phone, fingers clumsy with cold and anxiety. No signal. Of it merely the calm before a more terrible storm? Alara's diary had described periods of quiet, often preceding a course. The Gilman place seemed to exist in its own pocket dimension, cut off from the conveniences and reassurances of the new escalation of torment. The thought offered no comfort, driven by a desperate need to do something to reclaim modern world. The email to DR. Finch would have to wait. Alex was truly alone in this. The hours some small measure of control, Alex decided to make a more thorough, if terrified, exploration of the house and the remaining that followed were a masterclass in psychological torment. The house played with Alex, a cat with a trapped mouse. There were no direct apparitions, no physical attacks, but a relentless barrage of subtle, unnerving phenomena. The temperature in the room would plummet daylight. The previous night's explorations had been frantic, reactive. Now, armed with the grim knowledge from Alara's diary and the horrifying discoveries in the root cellar, Alex hoped to find something. Another clue, another hidden space, anything without warning, then rise again, leaving Alex shivering then sweating. Soft, sorrowful weeping, like that heard in the kitchen, would drift from the walls, sometimes sounding like a woman, sometimes like a child, sometimes a chorus of indistinguishable ms that might shed more light on the nature of the house's curse. The primary focus was on areas Alara had mentioned, eerie's. Footsteps would creak in the hallway outside, slow and deliberate, pausing just outside the barricaded door. Then are places that felt particularly oppressive. The kitchen was first. The weeping had ceased, but the room retained its bone moving on. Knocks would come at the door, sometimes gentle, almost pleading, sometimes sharp and demanding. Alex called chilling cold and the overwhelming scent of lilies. The cellar hatch was closed, undisturbed. Alex had no intention of venturing out once a horse. Who's there? Only to be met with a chilling, drawn-out side down there again. Not alone, not without a better understanding of those terrifying symbols. The stove, from behind which the weeping that seemed to breathe through the very wood of the door. The hum persisted, a constant, low-frequency thrum that it seemed to emanate was an old, Hulking cast iron behemoth. Alex cautiously examined it. Sweeping frayed the nerves, making concentration impossible. Sleep was out of the question. Alex sat, back pressed against the cold wall, the flashlight beam into its dusty firebox around its base. Nothing, just rust and cobwebs. Yet the feeling of profound pried bar across their lap, jumping at every sound, every shift in the oppressive atmosphere. Alara's diary lay open beside Alex, its pages a silent testament to a similar, if more protracted, agony. Alex reread passages sorrow, of trapped despair, was almost palpable in this room. Upstairs, the long, dark corridor felt like, searching for any overlooked detail, any clue to the house's behavior. Its desires. Alara had written of a gauntlet. Alex moved slowly, checking each of the closed bedroom doors. Most were unlocked, revealing rooms in various the entity's attempts to communicate, to bargain. It wants a trade, but what could Alex possibly offer? States of decay, peeling wallpaper, collapsed ceilings, dust-sheeted furniture that looked like ghostly sentinels. Each, and what could be worse than the fate Alara had suffered? As the night deepened, a new phenomenon began. Room felt cold, unwelcoming, imbued with a subtle sense of sadness. But none had the active malevolence of the parlor scents. Not just the pervasive lilies, but other, more fleeting and disturbing odors. The metallic tang of old blood or the kitchen. Then Alex came to the room Alara had described as her father's bedchamber, the one. The acrid smell of smoke, as if something were burning nearby, though there was no heat. No visible flame facing east, where she had seen the woman in black. The door was slightly ajar. Pushing it open, Alex was met with a wave of icy air, far colder than the rest of the hallway. The room was large, the cloying sweetness of decay, like overripe fruit left to rot. Each scent was a fleeting olfactory assault, design dominated by the dark, hulking shape of a four-poster bed. Its hangings long since rotted away. To unsettle, to evoke primal fears. Alex remembered Alara's description of the entity's touch. The bruises air here felt heavy, suffocating. And the humming vibration Alex had noticed downstairs was noticeably stronger. There was a distinct feeling shaped like fingerprints. Alex kept glancing at their own arms, half expecting to see similar marks appear, a sign of being unwelcome, of intruding on a sacred, or perhaps desecrated, space. Alex didn't linger of the house's escalating claim. The most disturbing manifestation came in the early hours of the morning, just as backing out of the room and pulling the door shut, a prickle of unease crawling up the spine. To the gray, Oakhaven dawn was beginning to stain the sky. It was a voice, not the sibilant whispers, linen press, where best the maid had claimed to see the shadow man, was at the far end of the corridor. It was a tall, dark wooden cupboard, its doors slightly askew. Alex hesitated, then pulled one of the doors open. Nor the guttural growls, nor the grotesque pleading from before. This was a clear, calm, almost beautiful female voice, singing a lullaby. It was faint, seeming to come from a great distance, yet it was perfectly clear, each a musty smell of old linen and decay billowed out. But nothing else. Just shelves, mostly empty, draped note pure and sorrowful. The melody was unfamiliar, hauntingly melancholic. It was the kind of song a mother might sing to in cobwebs. Yet, as Alex turned to leave, a faint sound came from within the press. A soft sigh of a frightened child. But in the context of the Gilman place, with its history of stolen childhoods and consumed souls, doing breath like someone stirring in their sleep. Alex froze, flashlight beam fixed on the cupboard. Silence. Had it been imagined lullaby, was an act of profound psychological cruelty. It was a mockery of comfort, a reminder of lost innocence, of the wind, or something else, something that had been disturbed by the opening of the door, deciding not to press the maternal love that this house had so horrifically perverted. Alex covered their ears, but the song seeped through, resin their luck. Alex quickly moved on. The last room to check was Alara's own bedchamber, a theating deep within, stirring a profound sense of grief and an even deeper terror. This house didn't just want to scare its rear of the house. Overlooking the neglected orchard, this was the room where she had written much of her diary, where she had been victims. It wanted to break their hearts, to hollow them out from the inside. When the lullaby finally faded barricaded, where the entity had scratched and whispered, trying to gain entry. The door was closed, but not locked. Alex pushed with the strengthening light. Alex was trembling, emotionally exhausted, but also filled with a cold, hard anger. This was not an open with a sense of trepidation, almost expecting to find some gruesome tableau within. The room was surprisingly preserved, just a haunting. It was a systematic, sadistic process of erosion. The house was trying to wear Alex down, too, though thick with dust. A small, elegant writing desk stood beneath the window, its surface bare. A simple iron make them pliable, to crush their spirit until they were too weak to resist whatever fate it had in store. Alara had bedstead, stripped of its mattress, occupied one corner. And on the wall opposite the bed, Alex saw them. Endured this for months. Alex had only been in its crosshairs for a couple of days, and was already at the breaking point. The scratches, long, deep gouges in the old plaster, as if made by talons or desperate fingernails. They were concentrated around where a door handle would have been if the door had opened inwards. But this door opened outwards. Comparison filled Alex with a mixture of awe for Alara's resilience and a stark terror for their own prospects. Within to the hallway, these scratches were from the inside. Alara, she hadn't just been trying to keep something the arrival of full daylight. The house seemed to retreat slightly, its more overt manifestation ceasing. The hum lessened. The temperature stabilized out. She had been trying to claw her way free. The realization was a fresh stab of horror. But there was something else in the room, something that drew Alex's attention. On the dusty floorboards, near the writing desk, lay the sense faded. It was as if the entity, like some nocturnal predator, was resting, digesting its night's work of a small, tarnished silver locket. It was heart-shaped, intricately engraved with a floral pattern. Alex picked terror. This fragile respite offered Alex a chance. The need to escape, to get back to the city and check for a response from it up. It was cold to the touch. With a thumbnail, Alex managed to pry it open. Inside, on one side, was a miniature, faded photograph of a stern-looking man with a trimmed beard. Alara's father, Dr. Finch, was overwhelming, but leaving felt more dangerous than ever. The house had demonstrated its ability to control the exits, to manifest its power in terrifying ways. Yet, to stay was to invite another night of escalating torment. Alex, presumably. The other side was empty, the glass cracked, as if a second photograph had been removed or had disintegrated, decided on a compromise. A brief foray outside, just to the car, to try the phone again. Perhaps away. This was Alara's. A tangible link to her, beyond the diary and the skeletal remains. Alex clutched it tightly, a sudden, overwhelming wave of empathy for the long-dead young woman washing over them. She from the immediate, oppressive influence of the house's core, a signal might be found. It was a slim hope, but better than passive surrender. Before venturing out, Alex made a decision that felt both reckless and necessary. Alara's diary had been real, vibrant, full of hopes and fears. Trapped in this monstrous house, her agony echoing across the decades. It couldn't stay here. It was too important, too dangerous. If Alex didn't make it back, As Alex stood there, clutching the locket, a faint melody began to drift through the room. It was a child's nursery rhyme, played on a tinny, out-of-tune music box. The sound was faint. Ethereal house, somehow, claimed them. Then Alara's story, her only witness, had to survive. Alex carefully placed the diary, seeming to come from no discernible source. It filled the small room with an almost unbearable sadness. Alex had read back in the backpack. The skeletal hand, however, would remain. Alex couldn't bring himself to touch it again, and its presence felt inextricably linked to the house. a grim anchor. Taking a deep breath, Alex of such phantom music in accounts of hauntings, but to experience it firsthand was profoundly unsettling. The melody was simple. Repetitive barricaded the bedroom door and stepped out into the silent, watchful hallway. The house felt different in the daylight, less and achingly melancholic. It was the kind of tune that might have soothed a frightened child to sleep, but here overtly menacing. But the underlying sense of dread was still there, a constant, heavy pressure. Descending the stairs, in this house of horrors, it felt like a lament, an echo of lost innocence. The children's toys Alex noted that the front door was now closed, though still without its knob. The house was toying with them. In the root cellar, the scrawled pleas for mama, it all connected, painting a picture of unimaginable suffering. The music faded as quickly as it had begun, leaving an even deeper silence in its wake. Shaken, Alex retreated a constant, unnerving display of its control. Reaching the front porch, Alex fumbled for the phone, hoped from Alara's room. Carefully closing the door, the silver locket now a heavy weight in their pocket. The house was warring with dread. One bar, a weak, flickering signal, but it was there. Heart pounding, Alex quickly opened the email app. And there it was, a new message. Subject urgent inquiry, unidentified symbols. From, out revealing its sorrows, its trapped echoes of agony, piece by painstaking piece. It wasn't just a single entity, Esther Finch. Each victim, each trapped Kurt, yet its contents sent a jolt of electrifying hope, mingled with a fresh wave of terror through Alex. Soul had left its imprint, its residue of fear and despair. Back downstairs in the parlor, Alex felt a gnawing sense of despair. The research into once, in a very obscure, privately published monograph from the late 19th century. What could one person possibly do against such a society operating in rural New England? The monograph referred to these symbols as the signatures of sorrow or the ancient, multifaceted evil. The pry bar felt increasingly useless as dusk began to settle, painting the parlor in deepening shades of gray keys of consumption. They were said to be linked to entities that feed on life force. On despair, in which bind, Alex's phone buzzed. Heart leaping with a mixture of hope and trepidation, Alex fumbled it themselves to specific locations, creating what the author termed reservoirs of agony. Asterisk the monograph is extremely out of their pocket. An email from Dr. Alistair Finch. Alex's breath hitched, with trembling fingers rare. I have one of only 3 known copies. If your situation is as urgent as you imply, and if these symbols are indeed, Alex opened the message. Dr. Finch's reply was brief, almost curt. He acknowledged receipt of the symbols. He stated that he had encountered something similar once many years ago in connection with a particularly present. You may be dealing with something exceptionally dangerous and resilient. I am based in Arkham, Massachusetts. If you can obscure and suppressed folk belief from a remote region of the Carpathian Mountains. He did not elaborate on the nature of that belief. Make your way here. I may be able to offer some limited assistance, or at least provide more context. Do not treat this lightly. Such entities are not easily dissuaded. Asterisk. Alistair Finch, Ph.D. Reserve, but he said the symbols were associated with a place-bound predatory consciousness, an entity that fed on extreme emotional distress wars of agony. Keys of consumption. The words resonated with a chilling accuracy, perfectly describing the oppressive atmosphere and predatory, and sought to anchor its victims to a specific location, often through a ritualistic act involving their remains and personal totems. He wore nature of the Gilman place. Dr. Finch knew. He understood. Arkham. It was a long drive. Several that such entities were incredibly dangerous, patient, and deeply cunning. He concluded by saying that if Alex was indeed dealing with something that states away, but was a lifeline, a chance, however slim, the decision was instantaneous. Alex had to go, now, before the house could fully awaken for another night of terror, before it could strengthen its grip. The echoes of utilized these symbols. Then Alex was in mortal peril and should disengage and seek sanctuary immediately. If such agony from Alara's past were a stark warning of what awaited if Alex stayed. This was no longer just about an option still exists. He offered no solutions, no countermeasures. Only a dire warning and a confirmation of Alex's worst fears surviving the night. It was about escaping the reservoir before being consumed entirely. Place-bound predatory consciousness, ritualistic acts, personal totems, Alara's hand, her diary, her locket, the children's toys. It all clicked into place with horrifying clarity. The house wasn't just haunted. It was a carefully constructed trap, a feeding ground, and Alex had just supplied it with fresh bait. The echoes of agony were about to get much, much louder. Chapter 6, The House That Bleeds History. Dr. Finch's email, with its chillingly accurate terminology, reservoirs of agony, keys of consumption, was a terrifying validation. Arkham, Massachusetts. The name itself, steeped in the lore of Lovecraftian horror, felt both ominous and strangely appropriate. It was a long journey, a desperate flight. But the alternative, another night in the Gilman place, armed with nothing but Finch's dire warnings and the house's escalating malevolence, was unthinkable. The decision was made in an instant. Alex had to go now, while the fragile light of day still offered some illusion of reprieve. The house, however, seemed to sense this shift in Alex's resolve, this desperate bid for escape. As Alex gathered the backpack, stuffing Alara's diary and the locket inside, the oppressive atmosphere in the parlor intensified. The humming vibration in the walls grew louder, more insistent, and the temperature plummeted, the sudden chill raising goose flesh on Alex's arms. A floorboard creaked in the hallway outside the parlor door, a slow, deliberate sound, like a heavy footstep. Then another, closer. Panic clawed at Alex's throat, but the thought of Finch, of potential answers, of a path out of this nightmare, fueled a desperate courage. There was no time for a cautious retreat. Alex burst from the parlor, flashlight held like a weapon, and sprinted towards the front door. The hallway, moments before empty, now seemed filled with shadows, deeper and more substantial than mere tricks of the light. A fleeting glimpse of a tall, dark shape at the far end of the corridor near the staircase made Alex's heart seize. The woman in black. It was watching, its presence a palpable wave of cold and menace. Alex didn't dare look back, fumbling with the damaged front door, expecting at any second to feel an icy grip, to hear a sibilant whisper at their ear. The door, which had been closed, now seemed stuck, swollen in its frame. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled strength, Alex threw a shoulder against it. It groaned, resisted, then burst open with a crack of splintering wood, sending Alex stumbling out onto the porch and into the weak gray daylight. The car. Safety. Or at least the illusion of it. Alex scrambled towards it, keys already in hand, half expecting the vehicle to be disabled, its tires slashed, its engine dead. But it started, its familiar roar, a comforting sound in the oppressive silence of Hemlock Lane. As Alex threw the car into reverse, tires spinning on the gravel driveway, a movement in upstairs window of the Gilman place caught the eye. A pale face, indistinct and fleeting, stared out from Alara's former bedchamber. Just for a second, then it was gone. Was it Alara? Or another of the house's trapped souls? Or merely a trick of the light? A projection of Alex's overwrought imagination? There was no time to ponder. Alex slammed the car into drive and sped away from the house that bled history, the image of that pale, watching face seared into their mind. The drive to Arkham was a journey through a landscape of mounting dread. Every mile that separated Alex from the Gilman place should have brought relief, but instead, it brought a deepening sense of unease, a feeling that the house's influence was not so easily shaken. The hum, the subtle vibration Alex had felt within its walls, seemed to linger. A faint thrum in the background noise of the car, a phantom resonance in Alex's own bones. The silver locket, tucked into a pocket, felt unnaturally cold against Alex's skin. Several times, Alex caught the faint, cloying scent of lilies within the confines of the car, even with the windows open to the crisp autumn air. The house was reaching out, its tendrils of sorrow and menace extending far beyond its physical boundaries. Or perhaps, Alex was carrying a part of it with them, an infection of its despair. Arkham, when Alex finally arrived late in the evening, was a town that seemed to wear its shadows like a comfortable shroud. Ancient, gabled houses leaned over narrow, winding streets, their windows dark and secretive. The air itself felt heavy with unspoken histories, with a weight of forgotten lore. Miskatonic University, Dr. Finch's academic home, loomed in the center of town, its ivy-covered buildings exuding an aura of venerable, slightly sinister antiquity. Following the directions Finch had provided in a subsequent, equally terse email, Alex found his residence, a small, unassuming clapboard house on a quiet, tree-lined street, distinguished only by the overgrown state of its garden and the distinct lack of welcoming light in its windows. It looked almost as forsaken as the Gilman place, though without the overt sense of malevolence. Hesitantly, Alex approached the door and knocked. After a long moment, the door creaked open to reveal a figure that perfectly matched Alex's mental image of an eccentric, reclusive academic. Dr. Alistair Finch was tall and gaunt, with a shock of unruly white hair, spectacles perched precariously on a hawk-like nose, and eyes that seemed to hold a universe of forgotten knowledge and a profound weariness. He was dressed in a threadbare tweed jacket several sizes too large, and he smelled faintly of old books, pipe tobacco, and dust. He surveyed Alex for a long moment, his gaze sharp and appraising, before speaking in a dry, rustling voice. "MX, Michelson, I presume. You made good time, and you appear relatively intact. A small mercy, given the circumstances you described. Commune, the night air in Arkham has teeth, especially for those unaccustomed to its peculiarities." Finch's study was a chaotic sanctuary of a scholar obsessed. Books lined every wall, stacked precariously on shelves, piled on the floor, overflowing from every available surface. Ancient-looking tomes bound in cracked leather jostled for space with modern academic journals and stacks of handwritten notes. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and dust, and a single shaded lamp cast a pool of amber light on a massive, cluttered desk. Finch gestured Alex to a worn armchair, then settled himself behind the desk, steepling his long, bony fingers. "Your email," he began, his voice a low rumble, was both alarming and, regrettably, not entirely surprising. "The symbols you sketched, they are indeed consistent with what little is known of the keys of consumption. The monograph I mentioned is problematic. Its author, a one Reverend Thaddeus Galt, was himself a member of the society he purported to expose. His work is a blend of confession, obfuscation, and outright fabrication. Disentangling truth from fiction is a Herculean task." Alex, heart still pounding from the flight and the unnerving encounter with Finch, pulled out Alara's diary and the notebook containing the sketches. "Dr. Finch, this diary belonged to a woman named Alara Vance. She lived in the house in 1888. She described everything. The entity, the cold, the whispers. She died there. I found her hand, walled up, clutching this diary." Alex's voice trembled, the horror of the Gilman place still fresh, still raw. Finch listened intently, his expression unreadable, as Alex recounted the core events. The discovery, Alara's terrifying entries, the manifestations, the root cellar, the children's toys, the woman in black. He showed Finch the sketches of the symbols. Finch examined them closely, his brow furrowed in concentration, occasionally emitting a soft hum or indeed. When Alex had finished, a heavy silence filled the study. Finch leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant, as if peering into a past that was both horrifying and deeply familiar. "A reservoir of agony," he murmured, more to himself than to Alex. Yes, that fits the pattern. These entities, if Galt is to be believed even in part, are parasitic. They do not merely haunt, they infest. They anchor themselves to a location, often one already steeped in sorrow or violence. And they feed on the emotional energy of their victims: fear, despair, grief. The stronger the emotion, the more potent the sustenance. They are, in essence, emotional vampires. Elara wrote about the house, wanting her to stay. Alex said, voice hoarse, to become part of it. Like others, she heard them crying in the walls. Finch nodded slowly. The keys of consumption are believed to be instrumental in this binding process. They are not just symbols. They are, according to Galt, metaphysical locks or conduits. They facilitate the siphoning of life force and the anchoring of the residual consciousness of the victims to the locus. The crying in the walls is a common motif in such accounts. The house becomes a chorus of its consumed souls, each adding to the reservoir of despair upon which the primary entity feeds. He paused, then fixed Alex with a sharp gaze. You mention Alara's hand, her diary, and a locket. Personal totems. Galt's monograph suggests such items are often used in the binding ritual, acting as anchors for the trapped spirit, preventing it from moving on, ensuring its suffering continues to fuel the reservoir. The children's toys in the cellar, Alex whispered. The image of the cracked doll and the desperate scrawl for Mama flashing vividly. Were they totems too? Almost certainly, Finch said, his voice grim. The entity, or the core consciousness of the place, seems to have a predilection for the vulnerable, the innocent. Their despair is perhaps purer, more potent. The woman in black you described is a recurring archetype in such hauntings, often a primary manifestation of the dominant entity, or perhaps its first, most powerful victim, now enslaved to its will, an agent of its torment. A chilling thought occurred to Alex. The house, it seemed to be escalating its attacks after I found the diary, after I learned about Elara. Is it because I know? Knowledge is power. Mex, Michelson, Finch said. But in cases like these, it is also a beacon. By unearthing Elara's story, by acknowledging her suffering, you have made yourself significant. You are no longer just a potential source of sustenance. You are a potential threat to the equilibrium of the reservoir. You understand, and understanding to such entities is often seen as the first step towards resistance. He leaned forward, his expression grave. Galt's monograph, for all its flaws, describes a terrible cycle. The reservoir grows. Its influence expands. It draws in new victims. Their suffering deepens the reservoir. And so on, ad infinitum. Unless the cycle is broken. Broken? Alex seized on the word. How? Can it be broken? Finch sighed, a sound like dry leaves rustling. Galt hints at methods, but they are obscure, dangerous, and predicated on a level of understanding that we currently lack. He speaks of identifying the heart of the reservoir, the original source of the corruption, the first anchor. He also speaks of severing the totems, releasing the trapped souls, starting the entity. But these are not simple exorcisms. Mex, Michelson, we are dealing with something deeply embedded, something that has been feeding and growing for centuries, perhaps. The Gilman place, as you call it, is not merely haunted. It is a diseased organism, and its roots run deep into the very soil of its history. He picked up Elara's diary, handling it with a reverence that Alex found strangely moving. This young woman, Elara Vance, she was exceptionally perceptive. Her account is invaluable. She may have, unwittingly, recorded clues that even she did not understand. Finch proposed a course of action. They would study Elara's diary together, minutely, cross-referencing its details with Galt's monograph and Finch's own extensive knowledge of occult history and folklore. They would attempt to reconstruct the history of the Gilman place, to identify other potential victims, to understand the specific nature of its predatory consciousness. It was a daunting task, a scholarly approach to a problem that felt overwhelmingly visceral and immediate. But it was a plan, and for Alex, who had been stumbling blindly through a nightmare, a plan, however fraught with peril, was a lifeline. The house that bled history had revealed some of its secrets, but Finch's words made it chillingly clear that the worst, the deepest, most horrifying truths were yet to be unearthed, and the price of that knowledge might be more than Alex could bear. Chapter 7: Cold Spots and Shattered Nerves. The days that followed in Dr. Finch's dusty, book-choked study were an immersion into a world Alex had never imagined existed. A world where academic rigor met ancient, terrifying realities. Finch, despite his eccentricities, was a formidable scholar. He guided Alex through Ilara Vance's diary with a meticulous, almost surgical precision, dissecting every phrase, every observation, searching for patterns, for hidden meanings, for echoes of the arcane lore contained within his vast library. They cross-referenced Ilara's experiences with the fragmented, often contradictory accounts in Reverend Galt's disturbing monograph, The Consolidation of Sorrows and the Architecture of Agony. Its title alone enough to send shivers down Alex's spine. Galt's writing was dense, filled with veiled allusions and cryptic warnings. But Finch seemed to possess an uncanny ability to navigate its labyrinthine prose, to extract kernels of horrifying truth from the chaff of obfuscation. They learned, or rather, Finch posited, that the entity infesting the Gilman place, what Galt referred to as a genius loci, or, more chillingly, a voracious sentinel, was likely not a single being, but a composite, a gestalt consciousness formed from the accumulated despair of its victims, with a dominant, original core. This core, Finch theorized, was the heart of the reservoir, the first source of the house's malevolence. Identifying this original source, this patient zero of the house's spiritual disease, was, according to Galt, crucial to disrupting the cycle of consumption. But how? The Gilman place's history stretched back over 2 centuries. Countless lives had brushed against it. Countless sorrows had potentially been absorbed into its insatiable hunger. Ilara's diary provided tantalizing, if terrifying, clues. Her descriptions of the woman in black with eyes like burning coals were particularly significant. Finch suggested this was likely the primary manifestation of the dominant entity, or perhaps its first, most powerful victim, now enslaved and acting as its enforcer. The children's toys in the root cellar, the scrawled pleas for mama, the phantom nursery rhymes, these pointed to a recurring pattern of preying on the young, their pure, potent despair a delicacy for the voracious sentinel. The symbols carved into the cellar wall, the keys of consumption, remained a central enigma. Finch confirmed they were not of any known terrestrial tradition. Galt's monograph hinted that such symbols were not created, but revealed to those who sought to establish such reservoirs, whispered to them by something else, something older from beyond. The implications were staggering, suggesting an evil that was not just ancient, but possibly extra-dimensional in its origins. Despite the physical distance from the Gilman place, its oppressive influence lingered, a cold spot in Alex's soul. Nightmares were frequent, vivid replays of the terrors experienced within its walls, often with new, even more horrifying details. Alex would wake up in Finch's spare room, a small, equally book-filled chamber, heart pounding, drenched in a cold sweat, the faint scent of lilies clinging to the air. Sometimes Alex would hear, or imagine hearing, the faint, sorrowful weeping that had emanated from behind the kitchen stove. The silver locket, Ilara's totem, seemed to grow colder with each passing day, a constant, chilling reminder of the trapped souls and the task that lay ahead. Alex's nerves were frayed, sleep a fragile commodity, the constant immersion in tales of horror and despair taking a heavy psychological toll. Finch, though a man of books and intellect, was not oblivious to Alex's deteriorating state. He would often pause their research, brewing strong, bitter tea, and speak of unrelated matters. The migratory patterns of local birds, the peculiarities of Arkham architecture, the subtle art of identifying first editions. These brief interludes were a lifeline for Alex. Moments of mundane sanity in an ocean of encroaching madness. But always, the conversation would return to the Gilman place, to the seemingly insurmountable task of freeing its trapped souls and neutralizing its ancient evil. One afternoon, while poring over a particularly dense passage in Galt's monograph describing the methods by which a voracious sentinel digests and incorporates the essence of its victims, Alex's phone, which had been blessedly silent, buzzed with an incoming call. It was a local Oakhaven number. Alex's blood ran cold. Had the house found a way to reach out, even here? With trembling hands, Alex answered. The voice on the other end was hesitant, elderly. Am I speaking with an Alex Michelson? The one who bought the old Gilman place on Hemlock Lane? It was a woman named Martha Henge, great niece of Alara Vance's taciturn housekeeper, Mrs. Henge. She had heard through the Oakhaven grapevine, a surprisingly efficient, if often inaccurate, network that someone was finally trying to do something about the Gilman place. She said her great-aunt had left behind a small, locked wooden box, with instructions that it only be opened if the house on the rise ever truly wakes again. Martha, now in her late 70s, had kept the box, half believing it to be the ramblings of an old woman, half terrified of its contents. But the recent stories of strange activity at the Gilman place, of Alex's terrified flight, had spurred her to make contact. She didn't know what was in the box, but she felt Alex needed to see it. The news sent a jolt of adrenaline through Alex, momentarily banishing the weariness. Mrs. Henge, the cryptic housekeeper who had seemed to know so much. Had she left a message, a warning, a clue from the past? Finch agreed it was a lead that could not be ignored, however perilous the return to Oakhaven might be. The house knows you are seeking to understand it. Max Michelson, he said, his voice grave. It will not welcome your return. But this is a thread we must pull. He provided Alex with a small, lead-lined pouch. For the locket, he explained, and perhaps for whatever this box contains. Lead is an old, traditional insulator against certain influences. It may offer some small measure of protection, or at least dampen its resonance. The drive back to Oakhaven was filled with a sickening mixture of dread and desperate hope. Alex was armed now, not with a pry bar, but with knowledge, with Finch's theories, with Galt's horrifying lexicon. But the house was armed too, with centuries of accumulated malice and the power to shatter nerves and consume souls. As Alex approached Hemlock Lane, the familiar, oppressive atmosphere of the Gilman place reached out like an icy tendril. The house stood silhouetted against the bruised twilight sky, its windows like vacant, malevolent eyes. It looked angrier, more potent. Martha Henge lived in a small, neat cottage on the other side of Oakhaven, a world away from the gloom of Hemlock Lane. She was a frail, bird-like woman, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and a strange, inherited guilt. The wooden box she produced was small, dark, and bound with tarnished brass. It was indeed locked, the key long lost. Alex, with Martha's trembling permission, used a small screwdriver from the car's toolkit to carefully pry it open. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, were two items. The first was a small, leather-bound journal, even more fragile and ancient-looking than Alara's. The handwriting within was cramped, spidery, and difficult to decipher. The second item made Alex's breath catch in their throat. It was a daguerreotype, a portrait of a stern, unsmiling woman in dark, severe Victorian dress. Her eyes, even in the faded, silvered image, seemed to pierce through time, filled with a cold, knowing sadness. It was unmistakably Mrs. Henge, but there was something else, something about her gaze, about the set of her jaw, that was chillingly familiar. It reminded Alex of the woman in black, not in features, but in an aura of grim, sorrowful authority. Martha explained that her great-aunt had served the Gilman family, not Alara's family, but the original Gilmans who had built the house in the late 1700s. She had been a young woman then, and had stayed on, a silent, watchful presence through generations of subsequent occupants, until her death in the early 1900s. She rarely spoke of the house, Martha said, but when she did, it was with a profound fear and a strange, almost proprietary sense of duty. She had always said the house had a keeper, and that the keeper demanded a terrible price. Back in the cold, oppressive gloom of the Gilman place, Alex, with Alara's diary, Mrs. Hinge's journal, and Finch's theories swirling in their mind, felt the full weight of the house's history pressing down. The journal was a revelation and a new source of horror. Mrs. Hinge had not been merely a housekeeper. She had been a reluctant participant, a chosen conduit in the house's cycle of torment. Her journal, written in a mixture of English and what Finch later identified as a bastardized form of Welsh folk magic, chronicled her attempts to appease the entity, to mitigate its hunger, to guide its choices towards those she deemed less innocent. It spoke of rituals performed in the root cellar, of offerings made, of a terrible pact her ancestors, the original builders or their associates, had made with something old and hungry from beneath the stones to ensure their prosperity, a pact that had cursed the land and the house for generations. The woman in black was not just a manifestation. It was the original keeper, the first Gilman matriarch, who had made the pact and was now its eternal primary prisoner and enforcer. Mrs. Hinge had tried, in her own twisted way, to manage the horror, to lessen its impact, but she had ultimately become another of its instruments. The cold in the parlor was intense now. The humming in the walls, a deafening throb. The shadows writhed and danced, coalescing into vaguely human shapes that flickered at the edge of vision. Alex's nerves were screaming, shattered by the constant barrage of psychological torment and the horrifying revelations from the journals. As Alex read a particularly chilling passage in Mrs. Hinge's journal describing a ritual to feed the shadow and still the crying in the walls, a violent crash from upstairs shattered the silence. It was followed by a sound that made Alex's blood turn to ice. A child's laughter, high-pitched, innocent, and utterly, terrifyingly out of place in this house of sorrow. It was coming from the direction of the room with the linen press, where Bess had seen the shadow man. The house was no longer content with subtle torments. It was becoming more aggressive, more blatant. The cold spots were no longer just cold. They were arctic, stealing the breath. The shattered nerves were on the verge of snapping, and the echoes of agony were finding new, horrifying voices. Chapter 8, The Diary's Dark Heart. The sound of a child's laughter, echoing from the shadowed upper reaches of the Gilman place, was a new and exquisitely cruel form of torment. It was a pure, innocent sound, yet in this context, it was a chilling mockery, a reminder of the stolen childhoods, the consumed innocence that fueled the house's malevolent engine. Alex froze in the parlor, Mrs. Hinge's journal falling from numb fingers. The laughter, high-pitched and unervingly joyful, seemed to dance through the oppressive silence, drawing Alex's attention, a clear, deliberate lure. It was coming from upstairs, from the direction of the linen press where Bess, Alara's maid, had seen the shadow man. Every instinct screamed at Alex to ignore it, to barricade themselves in the parlor and wait for dawn, however futile that might seem. But the laughter was also a challenge, a taunt, and, more insidiously, it was a plea. Was it one of the trapped children, their spirit momentarily surfacing? Or was it the entity using the guise of innocence to draw Alex deeper into its web? The pry bar felt heavier, more useless than ever. Alex's nerves, already frayed to the breaking point by days of intense research, psychological torment, and horrifying revelations, felt like they were about to snap. The cold in the parlor was biting, a physical presence that seemed to leach the warmth from Alex's very marrow. The humming in the walls had intensified to a near-deafening throb, a discordant symphony of sorrow and menace. Yet, compelled by a force that was part morbid curiosity, part desperate hope of finding some leverage against this ancient evil, Alex began to move towards the staircase. The child's laughter continued, intermittent now, like a playful game of hide and seek, each peal sending fresh waves of ice through Alex's veins. Ascending the stairs was an act of sheer will. Each step creaked ominously, the shadows in the upstairs hallway deeper, more animate than ever before. The air here was thick with a palpable sense of dread, and the faint, sweet scent of lilies was overlaid with something else, something acrid and unsettling, like old fear. As Alex neared the linen press, the laughter stopped abruptly. The silence that crashed down was heavy, expectant. The door to the linen press was slightly ajar, a dark slit in the oppressive gloom. Alex reached out a trembling hand, pushing it open wider. The interior was dark, smelling of dust and decay. For a moment, Alex saw nothing. Then, a flicker of movement in the deepest shadows. Not a child, not a shadow man, but something small, glinting on one of the dusty shelves. Alex reached in cautiously, fingers brushing against cold metal. It was a tiny silver bell, the kind that might have adorned a baby's rattle or a pet's collar. As Alex's fingers closed around it, the laughter erupted again, deafeningly loud, seemingly coming from right beside Alex's ear, even though there was nothing there. It was a cold, cruel, mocking sound devoid of any real joy. Alex stumbled back, heart hammering, dropping the bell, which landed with a dull thud on the dusty floorboards. The laughter ceased as suddenly as it had begun, leaving Alex trembling in the suffocating silence. It was another totem, another piece of a stolen life, used to torment, to lure. Retreating from the linen press, shaken and nauseated, Alex's gaze fell upon the door to Alara's former bedchamber. The room where she had written her diary, where she had scratched at the walls in a desperate bid for freedom. The room where Alex had seen the pale, watching face. Driven by an impulse Alex didn't fully understand, Alex pushed the door open. The room was as it had been, cold, dusty, and filled with an almost unbearable sadness. But something was different. Lying on the bare, dusty floorboards, near the elegant writing desk, was Alara's diary. Alex stared, uncomprehending. The diary was in the backpack, brought back from Dr. Finch's. Alex had checked it countless times. This couldn't be. Yet, there was its warped leather cover, its stained pages unmistakable. Heart pounding with a new, disorienting fear. Alex approached it. It looked identical to the one in the backpack. Was this a trick? A hallucination? Or had the house somehow duplicated it? Manifested another copy? With trembling hands, Alex picked up the diary from the floor. It felt real, its weight familiar. Alex opened it. The script was Alara's, the entries the same. Almost, as Alex flipped through the pages. Certain passages seemed to glow with a faint, sickly luminescence, the ink darker, more vivid, as if freshly written. And the content of these glowing passages, it was different, more intense, more horrifying. It was as if the diary were rewriting itself, revealing a deeper, darker layer of Alara's torment, a truth even more terrible than what Alex had already read. One such passage, near the end of the diary, pulsed with a faint, malevolent light. It was dated December 20th, 1888, the day before her final, fragmented entry. Alex had read this entry before, but it had been shorter, less explicit. Now, new lines, new sentences glowed with a horrifying clarity. December 20th, 1888. It showed me the heart of its hunger. Papa was merely an appetizer. It desires not just fear, but devotion. It spoke to me through Mrs. Henge, her eyes like cold, dead stones. The keeper demanded a new bride, a new anchor, to renew the pact. She said the house chose me from the moment I arrived, that my sensitivity, my sorrow, made me receptive. She offered me a way to save Papa, a different kind of trade. Not my life for his, but my will for his peace. To willingly bind myself to the house, to become one of its guardians, to share in its eternal existence, its endless feast. She showed me the others, the children, their faces pale and sorrowful in the walls, their whispers a chorus of eternal need. She said I could soothe them, that my acceptance would bring a kind of order. A lie. A beautiful, terrible lie. The alternative, she showed me that too. The cellar. The stones. The slow, agonizing consumption. To be flayed. Soul first, then flesh. The hand, it will not be enough. It wants my voice. It wants my screams to join the chorus. Forever. Alex's blood ran cold. A bride. An anchor. To willingly bind oneself. This was the diary's dark heart. A revelation of the true nature of the entity's desire. A horror that transcended mere haunting. It wasn't just about feeding on fear. It was about recruitment, about perpetuating its cursed existence through new, willing, or unwillingly coerced participants. Mrs. Henge, not just a reluctant servant, but a recruiter and agent of the keeper. The Gilman matriarch, the original bride. This wasn't just a house that bled history. It was a dynasty of despair, each generation feeding the next. The skeletal hand, the diary itself. These are not just totems of a victim, but perhaps relics of a failed initiation or a sacrifice interrupted. As Alex stared at the glowing, horrifying words, the room seemed to tilt, the air growing thick and heavy like water. The faint, sweet scent of lilies was overpowering, mixed with the metallic tang of old blood. A profound weakness washed over Alex, a bone-deep weariness that made it difficult to stand, to think. The diary in Alex's hands felt impossibly heavy, its dark heart pulsing with a malevolent energy. Try to draw Alex in, to make Alex understand, to make Alex accept. A voice, soft and seductive, whispered from the shadows of the room. The same beautiful, sorrowful voice that had sung the lullaby. Alara was so close. She almost understood. The peace, the belonging. You can have it too. Alex, no more fear. Just join us. Be one with the house. One with the sorrow. Forever. The voice was a siren song, promising an end to the terror. An escape from the relentless psychological assault. For a fleeting, terrifying moment, Alex felt the allure of it, the desire to simply give in, to surrender to the overwhelming weight of the house's sorrow, to become another echo in its haunted corridors. The fight was so exhausting, the fear so constant. But then, the image of Alara's defiant scratches on the wall, her desperate, final words, "I will not let it take me," flashed through Alex's mind. And the faces of the children, their pleas for mama. They hadn't chosen this. They hadn't accepted. They were prisoners. To join them was not to find peace, but to share in their eternal torment. With a surge of revulsion and renewed defiance, Alex slammed the glowing diary shut. The seductive voice faltered, replaced by a hiss of anger, of frustrated hunger. The oppressive weight in the room lessened slightly. Alex staggered back, clutching the diary, realizing with a sickening certainty that this manifested copy, this dark heart of Alara's story, was a trap. A psychological weapon designed to break Alex's will, to seduce them into surrender. What about the diary in the backpack? Was it too a conduit, a tool of the house? Alex had to know. Fumbling with the backpack, Alex pulled out the original diary, the one found with Alara's hand. Opening it, Alex frantically searched for the entry for December 20th. It was there, shorter, less explicit, no glowing words, no mention of brides or packs, just Alara's growing terror and despair. Two diaries. One, her true, terrified account. The other, a twisted, manifested version, an instrument of the house's will designed to corrupt, to seduce. The house was learning, adapting, using Alex's own discoveries, Alara's own words, against them. The depth of its cunning, its patient, predatory intelligence, was terrifying. This was not just a battle against a haunted house. It was a battle against a mind, an ancient, insidious consciousness that knew how to exploit every weakness, every fear, every flicker of hope. And it was clear now that the diary's dark heart held not just the secrets of Alara's final days, but the blueprint for Alex's own potential damnation. Chapter 9. faces in the walls. The discovery of the duplicated, malevolently altered diary was a turning point. The house wasn't just reacting to Alex's presence. It was actively engaging in psychological warfare, crafting bespoke horrors, twisting truth into insidious traps. The brief respite offered by Dr. Finch's theories and misses. Hinge's journal had evaporated, replaced by a new, more profound level of fear. The entity wasn't just a hungry ghost. It was a cunning, manipulative intelligence, capable of weaponizing its victims' stories, their very identities. Alex backed away from the writing desk in Alara's room, the manifested diary still clutched in one hand, the original. True diary clutched in the other. The air crackled with a palpable tension, the seductive whispers replaced by a low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from the very walls. A sound of thwarted hunger and rising fury. The house was angry. Alex had seen behind another of its veils, had resisted another of its temptations, and it did not approve. Suddenly, the temperature in the room plunged. Not the creeping cold Alex had grown accustomed to, but a sudden, shocking drop, as if a window to a frozen hell had been thrown open. Alex's breath hitched, fogging visibly in the air. The shadows in the corners of the room deepened, writhed, and then began to coalesce. Not into a single, distinct figure like the woman in black, but into multiple, vaguely human shapes, their forms indistinct, their edges blurring like smoke or water. They were translucent, their features shifting, half-formed, but their eyes were points of cold, despairing light, fixed on Alex with an unnerving intensity. Faces in the walls. Alara had heard them crying. Now, Alex was seeing them. They were the trapped souls, the chorus of the house's agony. Manifestations of the despair that formed the very fabric of the Gilman place. They didn't speak, didn't move to attack, but their collective gaze was a heavy, suffocating weight. It was a gaze of infinite sadness, of eternal torment, but also of a strange, hungry curiosity, as if they were examining Alex, assessing them, perhaps even recognizing a potential new member of their sorrowful collective. The room seemed to shrink, the walls pressing in, the faces within them growing clearer, more defined. Alex could almost make out individual features now. A young woman with hollow eyes, an old man with a beard matted with what looked like frost, a child with a silent, screaming mouth. Their despair was a palpable force, threatening to overwhelm Alex's already shattered nerves. This was what the house wanted, to break Alex down, to immerse them in this ocean of suffering until Alex's own identity dissolved, until Alex became just another face in the wall, another voice in the chorus of weeping. The manifested diary in Alex's hand began to vibrate, its pages rustling as if stirred by an unseen wind. The glowing passages pulsed with an urgent, sickly light. The seductive voice returned, no longer whispering from the shadows, but seeming to emanate from the diary itself, from the faces in the walls, a symphony of sorrowful persuasion. Join us. Alex, it's easier. No more pain, no more fighting, just peace. The peace of the house, the peace of forever. The faces in the walls seemed to nod in unison, their eyes pleading, promising. Alex felt a terrifying pull, a desire to succumb, to let go of the struggle, to simply dissolve into the encompassing sorrow. It was a seductive, insidious exhaustion, a weariness that went beyond the physical into the very core of Alex's being. But the image of Alara's defiant scratches, the memory of her desperate, final words, "I will not let it take me," burned in Alex's mind. The silver locket, clutched in a pocket, felt like a small, cold point of resistance against the overwhelming tide of despair. And Dr. Finch's words echoed. Understanding to such entities is often seen as the first step towards resistance. Alex understood now, with a horrifying clarity, the nature of this trap. It wasn't just about fear, it was about empathy, about the crushing weight of shared suffering, used as a weapon. No, Alex choked out, the word a raw, ragged sound. I won't. You're not peace. You're a prison." The effect was instantaneous. The seductive whispers turned into a collective shriek of rage and frustration, a cacophony of tormented voices that battered Alex's eardrums. The faces in the walls contorted, their sorrowful expressions twisting into masks of fury and hunger. The room plunged into an even deeper cold, and the manifested diary in Alex's hand grew burning hot, as if about to burst into flames. With a cry of pain and revulsion, Alex threw the malevolent book away. It skittered across the dusty floorboards, landing near the writing desk, its pages still glowing, pulsing like a dying, venomous thing. The faces in the walls surged forward, their forms becoming more substantial, their cold, despairing eyes burning with a new, predatory light. They were no longer just sorrowful echoes. They were an army of the damned, and Alex had just defied their master. Panic, sharp and overwhelming, seized Alex. This was no longer a psychological battle. It was about to become a physical one, or as physical as a battle against spectral entities could be. The pry bar was useless against this onslaught of despairing, furious souls. Alex backed away, stumbling towards the door, the chorus of shrieks and accusations pursuing them. "You will join us. You cannot escape. The house always chooses. The keeper demands it." As Alex reached the doorway, a shadowy arm, cold as death, shot out from the wall, its skeletal fingers brushing against Alex's cheek, leaving a trail of icy fire. Alex cried out, recoiling, and scrambled out of Alara's room, slamming the door shut, though knowing it would offer no real protection. The upstairs hallway was no sanctuary. More faces were appearing in the walls here, their forms clearer, their expressions more menacing. The air was thick with their collective rage, with the chilling scent of lilies and decay. The house itself seemed to be groaning, its timbers creaking and straining as if under immense pressure, the humming vibration reaching a fever pitch. Alex stumbled towards the staircase, desperate to escape the suffocating presence of the trapped souls. As Alex reached the top of the stairs, a figure materialized at the bottom, blocking the way. It was the woman in black, the keeper. Her form was more solid now, less a shadow and more a being of tangible darkness. Her eyes, those burning coals Elara had described, were fixed on Alex with an expression of implacable, ancient hatred. She raised a hand, not in a gesture of attack, but as if to command the very house to stop Alex. The staircase itself seemed to warp, the steps tilting, the banister twisting like a serpent. Trapped between the advancing faces in the walls and the terrifying figure of the keeper, Alex felt a despair so profound it threatened to extinguish the last embers of resistance. This was it. This was how it ended. Consumed by the house, by its legion of sorrowful, ravenous souls. But then, Alex's hand closed around the silver locket in their pocket. Alara's locket. A totem of her suffering, yes, but also of her defiance. And Mrs. Henge's journal, with its descriptions of rituals, of appeasement, of the house's inner workings. And Dr. Finch's words about the heart of the reservoir, the original source, the first anchor, the Gilman matriarch, the keeper, an idea, desperate and almost certainly suicidal, sparked in Alex's mind. Galt's monograph had spoken of severing the totems, of disrupting the anchors. What if the primary totem, the most powerful anchor, was linked not just to a place, but to a person? Or rather, to the original cursed soul that powered the reservoir? The keeper herself. What if her power, her very existence as the house's enforcer, was tied to something tangible? Something that could be found, something that could be destroyed? Mrs. Henge's journal had mentioned her ancestors' pact, made with something old and hungry from beneath the stones to ensure their prosperity. Had the Gilman matriarch offered herself, or been offered, as the conduit, the first sacrifice? Her remains, where would they be? Not walled up like Elara. She was the master of this prison, not its inmate. Or was she both? The root cellar, the place of the symbols, the keys of consumption. The place that felt like the house's oldest, darkest heart. Mrs. Henge had performed rituals there. What if the Gilman matriarch, the original keeper, was interred there? Her remains the true heart of the reservoir, the source from which all its tendrils of sorrow and consumption spread. It was a wild, terrifying leap of logic, based on fragmented clues and desperate hope. But it was the only path Alex could see other than utter annihilation. The faces in the walls were closing in, their icy touch searing Alex's skin. The keeper at the foot of the stairs raised her other hand, and the very air seemed to crackle with malevolent energy. There was no time left. With a desperate cry, Alex turned away from the stairs and sprinted back down the hallway, not towards escape, but towards the deepest, most dangerous part of the house. Towards the kitchen, towards the cellar hatch, towards a confrontation with the very source of this ancient, insatiable evil. The faces in the walls shrieked in fury and anticipation, their forms surging, flowing like a tide of despair, determined to claim Alex before they could reach their desperate, improbable goal. Chapter 10: Desperate Measures. The sprint down the upstairs hallway was a terrifying gauntlet. The faces in the walls, no longer just sorrowful apparitions, but active, malevolent pursuers, surged and flowed like a tide of despair. Icy tendrils of their spectral forms lashed out, brushing against Alex's skin, each touch leaving a burning, numbing cold. A deeper infusion of the house's pervasive dread. Their shrieks and whispers formed a deafening chorus of rage and hunger. You cannot escape. The keeper sees all. The house demands its due. Join us. Become us. Alex didn't dare look back, focusing every ounce of will on reaching the staircase, on escaping this suffocating upper level. The woman in black, the keeper, was still at the foot of the stairs, a figure of implacable darkness, her burning eyes fixed on Alex with an intensity that promised utter annihilation. But Alex's desperate plan, born of Finch's theories and the fragmented clues from the journals, had taken root. The root cellar, the heart of the reservoir. It was a horrifying, almost certainly suicidal gamble. But it was the only proactive measure left. As Alex reached the top of the stairs, the keeper raised her shadowy arms, and the very structure of the Gilman place seemed to groan in protest. The floorboards beneath Alex's feet buckled, the walls seemed to constrict, and the air grew thick and heavy, as if the house itself were trying to crush Alex, to prevent this desperate flight towards its core. But Alex, fueled by a terror that had transcended into a kind of reckless, adrenaline-charged mania, did not hesitate. With a wild cry, Alex leaped, not down the stairs towards the waiting keeper, but onto the banister. It was an old, rickety structure, but for a precious second, it held. Alex slid, half falling, half controlled, down the polished wood, bypassing the horrified, enraged figure of the keeper, landing in a crumpled heap at the bottom of the staircase in the main hallway. Pain shot through an ankle, but there was no time to assess the damage. Scrambling to their feet, Alex limped, sprinted towards the kitchen, the shrieks of the pursuing souls and the enraged howl of the keeper echoing behind. The kitchen was a maelstrom of supernatural energy. The cold was absolute, the scent of lilies and decay overpowering. Objects flew from shelves, crashing to the floor, plates shattered, tins clattered. A cloud of flour billowed from a ruptured sack, creating a ghostly, swirling fog. The weeping, which had been a constant, sorrowful undercurrent, now rose to a crescendo of heartbreaking sobs, seeming to emanate from the very stones beneath the floor, from the direction of the cellar hatch. Alex ignored it all, focusing on that heavy wooden square in the floor. The pry bar, dropped in an earlier flight, was still lying near the stove. Alex snatched it up, the cold steel of familiar, if inadequate, comfort. The hatch. It had to be opened. Again, the pursuing entities, the faces in the walls, poured into the kitchen, their forms less distinct now, more like a roiling, shadowy mist, but their hunger, their rage, was a palpable force. They swirled around Alex, their icy touches burning, their whispers and shrieks a deafening assault on Alex's sanity. The keeper glided into the kitchen doorway, her dark form radiating an aura of intense cold and power, her burning eyes fixed on Alex with a promise of imminent, terrible retribution. There was no time for finesse. Alex jammed the tip of the pry bar under the edge of the cellar hatch and heaved with all their might. The wood groaned, splintered but held. The shadowy mist of tormented souls surged closer, their chilling touch intensifying. Alex cried out, a mixture of pain, fear, and desperate effort, and threw every ounce of strength into the pry bar. With a sickening crack of tortured wood, the hatch burst open, revealing the yawning black abyss of the root cellar. Without a second's hesitation, Alex plunged into the darkness, half falling, half sliding down the treacherous stone steps, landing heavily on the damp earth floor below. The flashlight, still miraculously functional, clattered from Alex's grasp, its beams spinning wildly before extinguishing with a final, disheartening pop. Utter, absolute blackness enveloped Alex, a darkness that was more than just the absence of light. It was a tangible presence, cold, suffocating, and alive. The sound from the kitchen above, the shrieks of the souls, the enraged howl of the keeper, the crashing of objects, were suddenly muffled, distant, as if Alex had plunged into another dimension. A deeper, older layer of the house's reality. The air here was thick with the smell of damp earth, of decay, and something else, something metallic and ancient like long dry blood. And the silence, it was a profound, terrifying silence, broken only by Alex's own ragged, desperate gasp for breath and the frantic thumping of their heart. Groping blindly in the dark, Alex's hands brushed against the cold, damp stone of the cellar walls. The symbols, the keys of consumption, they were here, somewhere in this oppressive blackness. And, if Alex's desperate theory was correct, the heart of the reservoir, the remains of the Gilman matriarch, the original keeper, was here too. This was her sanctum, her tomb, the source of her terrible power. Alex fumbled in their pockets, fingers closing around the small, lead-lined pouch Finch had provided. Inside, Ilara's locket and Mrs. Henge's journal, its fragile pages holding the secrets of the house's dark pact. But what could Alex do? Confront the source of this ancient evil with what? A pry bar? A locket? It was absurd. Hopeless. Then, Alex remembered the manifested diary, the one Alex had thrown to the floor in Ilara's room, its pages glowing with malevolent energy, its words a seductive trap. The house had created it, weaponized it. What if Alex could use the house's own methods against it? Galt's monograph had spoken of severing totems, of disrupting anchors. The Gilman matriarch, her remains, her very essence, was the ultimate anchor. But how to sever it? Mrs. Henge's journal had described rituals, offerings made to feed the shadow and still the crying in the walls. It had spoken of the pact, of the old and hungry from beneath the stones. What if the pact itself could be renegotiated or broken, not by appeasement, but by rejection, by a sacrifice of a different kind? A desperate, terrifying idea began to form, a measure so extreme, so fraught with peril, that it bordered on madness. But what other option was there? The entities above would be down here soon. The keeper would not be denied. Alex had to act now, using the faint, residual luminescence that seemed to cling to the symbols carved in the wall, a sickly, almost invisible glow that only became apparent in the absolute darkness. Alex located them. The three angular, alien sigils, the keys of consumption. They pulsed with a faint, cold energy, a palpable manifestation of the house's dark power. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Alex retrieved Ilara's silver locket from the lead-lined pouch. It felt ice-cold in their hand. Then, Alex took out Mrs. Henge's journal. Its brittle pages seemed to crackle with a strange, static energy in this charged atmosphere. The plan was insane. To use the totems of the house's victims, not as offerings, but as counteragents. To overload the symbols, the keys of consumption, with the concentrated sorrow and defiance of those the house had consumed, to turn the house's own energy, its own history of suffering, back upon itself, upon its heart. Alex didn't know if it would work. It was based on a desperate interpretation of fragmented lore, a wild leap of faith in a world where faith seemed a cruel joke. But it was the only measure Alex could conceive, the only weapon they possessed. Holding Alara's locket against the central, most dominant symbol on the wall, Alex pressed Mrs. Hinge's journal against another. The cold radiating from the symbols intensified, a bone-deep chill that seemed to freeze the very marrow. The locket grew colder still, burning Alex's hand, and the journal seemed to tremble, its pages rustling as if with a chorus of trapped voices. Then, Alex did the only other thing they could think of. They spoke. Not a plea, not a bargain, but a declaration. A rejection. Alex's voice, raw with terror and a desperate, defiant fury, echoed in the oppressive blackness of the root cellar. "I reject your pact," Alex cried, the words torn from a place of ultimate desperation. "I reject your hunger. I reject your sorrow. Alara Vance rejects you. The children reject you. All the souls you have consumed. They reject you." As Alex spoke, a blinding, searing light erupted from the symbols on the wall. A silent explosion of pure, cold energy that threw Alex backwards onto the damp earth floor. The locket and the journal flew from Alex's grasp. The darkness of the cellar was momentarily banished, replaced by an incandescent, terrifying brilliance. And in that blinding light, Alex saw, for a fleeting, horrifying instant, what lay at the true heart of the root cellar, what the symbols guarded, what the house had sought to protect for centuries. Not just bones, not just a tomb, but something else, something older, something waiting. The desperate measure had been taken, but what Alex had unleashed or awakened was far more terrible than anything the diaries had ever described. Chapter 11, The Collector of Screams. The blinding, cold light that had erupted from the symbols on the cellar wall pulsed once, twice, then began to recede, plunging the ancient space back into a disorienting, swirling darkness. Alex lay on the damp earth floor, stunned, disoriented, vision filled with searing afterimages. The air crackled with an almost electrical energy, thick with the scent of ozone, ancient dust, and a profound, terrifying wrongness. The sounds from the kitchen above, the shrieks of the pursuing souls, the enraged howls of the keeper, had ceased abruptly, replaced by a silence even more profound, more absolute than before. It was as if the entire house, the entire locus of its ancient evil, was holding its breath, stunned by Alex's desperate, defiant act. Slowly, painfully, Alex pushed himself up, every muscle aching, head throbbing. The flashlight was gone, likely shattered or buried in the upheaval. But the cellar was not entirely dark now. A faint, sickly green luminescence emanated from the far end of the chamber, from the area where Alex had seen the symbols, where the light had exploded. It was a pulsating, unnatural glow, like phosphorescence on decaying wood, and it illuminated a scene of unimaginable horror. The stone wall, with the carved keys of consumption, was still there, but the symbols themselves were now glowing with that same sickly green light, pulsing in rhythm with the luminescence that filled the air. And the wall itself, it seemed to be breathing, or rather, the earth and stone behind it were shifting, moving, as if something immense, something ancient and terrible, were stirring within the very foundations of the Gilman place. In the epicenter of that nauseating glow, where Alex had fleetingly glimpsed something in the blinding light, was a pit. Not a constructed pit, but a raw, jagged hole in the earth. Its edges crumbling, its depths lost in impenetrable shadow. And from this pit, the green light pulsed, along with a wave of intense, soul-crushing despair, a sorrow so ancient, so profound. It felt like the accumulated grief of millennia. This was it, the heart of the reservoir. Not the remains of the Gilman matriarch, Not a mere tomb, but something far older, far more alien. This was the old and hungry from beneath the stones that Mrs. Hinge's ancestors had made their terrible pact with. This was the true collector of screams. As Alex stared, transfixed by horror, a shape began to coalesce within the pit, a form sculpted from shadows and the sickly green light. It was vast, amorphous, its outlines constantly shifting, hinting at limbs, at eyes, at a monstrous, gaping maw, but never settling into a definable form. It was a being of pure, primal nightmare, an entity that defied terrestrial understanding. And it was aware. Alex could feel its ancient, malevolent consciousness focusing on them, a gaze that was not merely seeing, but tasting, savoring Alex's terror, Alex's despair. This was the true power behind the Gilman place. The puppet master that had pulled the strings of the keeper, that had fed on the sorrow of Alara and countless others for centuries. The house, the keeper, the trapped souls, they were all just instruments, extensions of this primordial, insatiable hunger. Alex's desperate act, the rejection of the pact, the use of the totems, it hadn't destroyed the entity. It had awakened it. Or perhaps it had merely drawn its full, undivided attention. The keys of consumption on the wall pulsed faster now, their green light intensifying, and the ground beneath Alex's feet began to tremble. The air grew heavy, thick with a pressure that threatened to crush the very life from Alex's body. The collector of screams was rising. A voice, ancient beyond imagining, echoed in Alex's mind, not as sound, but as a direct, terrifying impression. It was a voice of cosmic loneliness, of insatiable hunger, of a cold, alien intellect. You disturb the echoes. You offer new screams. The words were slow, ponderous, each one a wave of psychic torment. This being didn't just collect screams. It wove them into the fabric of its existence. It built its reality from the despair of others. Alex's defiance, Alex's pain, was just another thread for its horrifying tapestry. The knowledge of what Alex faced, the sheer, mind-shattering scale of its ancient evil, should have brought paralysis, utter despair. But instead, a strange, cold calm settled over Alex. Perhaps it was the edge of madness, or perhaps it was the realization that there was nothing left to lose. Alex had stared into the abyss, and the abyss was not just staring back. It was preparing to devour. There would be no escape, no bargaining, no reprieve. But there might be defiance. One last, futile, but necessary act of resistance. Alex thought of Alara, of her courage in the face of certain doom, of the children, their stolen lives, their eternal sorrow, of Mrs. Hinge, trapped in her own cycle of appeasement and guilt. Their suffering, their screams, had fed this thing for centuries. Alex would not be just another meal. Alex would be indigestion. It was a ludicrous thought, a gallows humor in the face of cosmic horror, but it was enough. The amorphous shape in the pit was rising further, its shadowy tendrils reaching out, the sickly green light coalescing into phantom limbs. The trembling of the earth intensified. The keys of consumption on the wall blazed with an almost unbearable light. Alex knew there were only moments left. There was no weapon against this, no ritual, no escape. But there was one thing Alex still possessed, a voice. A scream, but not a scream of terror. A scream of everything, of grief, of rage, of defiance, of the accumulated sorrow of every soul trapped within the Gilman place. Alex opened their mouth and screamed. It was a sound dredged from the deepest, most primal part of their being, a sound that held all the horror, all the pain, all the despair Alex had witnessed and endured. It was Alara's scream. It was the children's screams. It was the silent, eternal scream of every victim of the collector. And as Alex screamed, Alex focused all their will, all their empathy, all their rage, not on the amorphous horror in the pit, but on the glowing keys of consumption on the wall. The symbols that anchored this thing to this place, that channeled its power, that facilitated its feasting. Alex poured every ounce of their being, every echo of the house's agony into that scream, directing it at those alien, malevolent sigils. The effect was instantaneous and cataclysmic. The glowing symbols on the wall flared, then cracked. Fine, spidery fissures spread across their surfaces, the sickly green light within them sputtering, faltering. The amorphous horror in the pit recoiled, a silent, psychic shriek of pain and fury echoing in Alex's mind. The ground bucked violently, throwing Alex to their knees. The very stones of the root cellar seemed to groan in agony. The collector of screams, for the first time in its eons of existence, was experiencing something other than the passive consumption of sorrow. It was experiencing resistance, feedback, its own dark energy, amplified and redirected by Alex's focused, empathetic rage, was turning back upon its anchors. The keys of consumption began to crumble, flakes of glowing stone falling to the earth floor. As they broke apart, the sickly green light that filled the cellar dimmed, flickered, then died, plunging the ancient space back into an almost absolute darkness, save for the faint residual glow from the disintegrating symbols. The amorphous horror in the pit let out another silent, psychic howl, a sound of thwarted hunger and unimaginable fury, and then it began to recede, to sink back into the jagged hole from which it had risen, its form becoming less distinct, its malevolent presence weakening, as if its connection to this plane, to this house, was being severed. Alex, gasping, trembling, watched as the last vestiges of the collector of screams disappeared back into the earth, its psychic voice fading from a roar to a whisper, then to nothing. The oppressive weight, the soul-crushing despair that had filled the cellar, lifted. The air, though still cold and damp, felt cleaner, lighter. The ancient, watchful silence returned. But it was different now. It was not the silence of a predator waiting to strike, but the silence of release. Had it worked? Had Alex, through some impossible act of empathic defiance, actually broken the keys, severed the collector's anchor, starved the voracious sentinel? It seemed too incredible, too improbable. Yet the oppressive presence was gone. The terrifying psychic connection was severed. Alex was alone in the darkness, alive, breathing. The desperate measure, born of ultimate terror, had, against all odds, achieved something. But the cost, the horror of what Alex had witnessed, of what Alex had channeled, would forever be etched into their soul. The collector of screams might be gone, or at least banished from this locus. But its echoes, its memory, would haunt Alex for the rest of their days. And the Gilman place, though perhaps no longer a reservoir of agony, would forever remain a house that bled history, a monument to centuries of consumed sorrow. Chapter 12, The Thinning Veil. The immediate aftermath of the collector's banishment or retreat was a profound, echoing silence. Alex lay on the cold, damp earth of the root cellar, body trembling uncontrollably, mind reeling from the psychic assault and the sheer, unimaginable horror of what had been witnessed. The oppressive, ancient evil that had permeated every stone of the Gilman place, that had crushed Alex with its weight of millennial despair, was gone. Or at least, its direct, overwhelming presence had lifted. The air, though still chillingly damp, felt breathable again, cleansed of that suffocating, malevolent pressure. The sickly green luminescence had vanished, leaving the cellar in an almost impenetrable darkness, broken only by the faintest, ghostliest afterglow from the now shattered keys of consumption on the wall. Slowly, painfully, Alex pushed up to a sitting position, then, using the rough stone wall for support, managed to get to their feet. Every muscle ached, the ankle throbbed with a dull, persistent pain, and a profound, bone-deep exhaustion threatened to pull Alex back down into the darkness. But a fragile, almost disbelieving sense of victory? No, not victory. Survival. A desperate, improbable survival. That was what kept Alex moving. The flashlight was irretrievably lost, but there was a faint glimmer of light from above, from the open cellar hatch leading to the kitchen. Hope, a tiny, flickering ember, ignited in Alex's chest. The climb back up the treacherous stone steps was an agonizing ordeal. Alex's legs felt like lead, coordination compromised by shock and exhaustion. Each step was a monumental effort. But the atmosphere in the kitchen, when Alex finally stumbled out of the hatch and onto the grimy floor, was startlingly different. The oppressive cold was gone, replaced by the normal, ambient chill of a neglected, unheated house. The overpowering scent of lilies and decay had significantly diminished, leaving only the mundane odors of dust and old wood. The chaotic mess of overturned objects remained, but the feeling of active, malevolent intelligence, of being watched, hunted, toyed with, had vanished. The house felt empty, hollowed out, as if its dark heart had indeed been stilled. The pursuing souls, the faces in the walls, the shrieking chorus of despair, they were gone. The keeper, the woman in black, her terrifying presence no longer dominated the shadowed doorways. It was as if Alex's desperate act in the cellar, the shattering of the keys, had not only banished the primordial collector, but had also, somehow, released the trapped spirits, or at least severed their connection to this plane of suffering. Ilera, the children, all the forgotten victims. Were they free? Alex desperately hoped so. The thought brought a pang of profound, sorrowful relief. Alex limped through the silent, now merely dilapidated, house. The parlor, scene of so much terror, felt strangely neutral. The wooden box containing Ilera's hand still rested in the corner. Alex approached it, a mixture of trepidation and a strange sense of obligation. Lifting the lid, Alex looked at the skeletal remains. They seemed different now, less a gruesome relic of horror and more just bones. The oppressive aura that had clung to them was gone. Ilera's suffering, it seemed, was finally over. Beside the box lay the manifested diary, its pages no longer glowing. Its malevolent energy dissipated. It was just an ordinary, if ancient, book now, its dark purpose extinguished. Alex left it there, a forgotten weapon of a vanquished foe. The true diary, Ilera's testament, was still safe in the backpack. Upstairs, Ilera's room felt quiet, peaceful even, the oppressive sorrow that had clung to it lifted. The scratches on the wall, her desperate plea for freedom, remained, a poignant reminder of her ordeal, but they no longer seemed to pulse with her agony. The silver locket, which Alex still clutched, felt lighter, warmer, as if the spirit it was tied to had found some measure of release. Alex placed the locket gently on Ilera's writing desk, a final, respectful tribute. As dawn approached, casting a weak, gray light through the grimy windows of the Gilman place, Alex knew it was time to leave. Not in a panic-stricken flight, but with a slow, deliberate retreat. The house, though seemingly cleansed of its active malevolence, was still a place of profound sorrow, its very timbers saturated with centuries of pain. It was a tomb, a monument to a darkness that had, for a time, reigned supreme. It was no place for the living. Before leaving, Alex did one last thing. Taking Mrs. Henge's journal, the record of her tormented servitude and the house's dark pact, Alex carried it down to the kitchen. The cellar hatch was still open, a black silent maw. Alex hesitated for a moment, then tossed the journal into the darkness below. Libby buried with the house's oldest secrets, its cycle of appeasement and suffering finally broken. The drive away from Oak Haven this time was different. The oppressive sense of being watched, of being pursued, was gone. The air in the car smelled only of exhaust fumes and autumn leaves. The world outside the Gilman place felt brighter, sharper, as if a veil had been lifted, not just from the house, but from Alex's own perception. The horrors Alex had endured, the things Alex had witnessed, had irrevocably changed them. The thin veil between the mundane world and the terrifying realities that lay just beyond it had been torn away, and Alex could never fully unsee what lay on the other side. The journey back to Arkham, to Dr. Finch, was undertaken with a profound sense of exhaustion, but also with a fragile, emerging sense of peace. Alex had faced an unimaginable evil and had, against all odds, survived. More than that, Alex had fought back, had given a voice to the voiceless, had perhaps in some small way brought an end to a cycle of suffering that had spanned centuries. Dr. Finch listened to Alex's account of the events in the root cellar, of the confrontation with the collector of screams, of the shattering of the keys, with a mixture of awe, horror, and profound academic fascination. He confirmed that Alex's desperate, intuitive actions aligned with some of the most obscure, most dangerous passages in Galt's monograph. Passages Galt himself had dismissed as purely theoretical, too perilous to ever attempt. You did not just banish an entity. Max Michelson, Finch said, his voice filled with a rare emotion that might have been respect. You unmade a locus of profound, ancient evil. You collapsed a reservoir of agony. Such a thing, it is almost unprecedented. The consequences, the ripples from such an event, are impossible to predict. He looked at Alex, his gaze searching. And you, MX, Michelson? The veil, once torn, rarely mends completely. You have seen things, felt things. You will carry this with you. Finch was right. The Gilman place, though perhaps now silent, would forever be a part of Alex. The faces in the walls, the echoes of agony, the chilling presence of the collector. These were not memories that would easily fade. Alex was no longer just an architectural designer with a penchant for restoration. Alex was a survivor, a witness, someone who had walked through the deepest shadows and returned, scarred but not broken. The world looked different now, its ordinary surfaces seeming thinner, more fragile, hinting at the terrifying and underskirty, sometimes sorrowful, depths that lay just beneath. The cold spots and shattered nerves would heal in time, but the knowledge, the awareness of what lay beyond the veil, that would remain. And in a strange, unsettling way, it was a burden Alex was now uniquely, terrifyingly qualified to bear. The house that bled history had finally, perhaps, been staunched, but its story, and Alex's part in it, was far from over. The thinning veil was a permanent fixture in Alex's new reality. Chapter 13, A Desperate Bargain. The weeks following Alex's escape from the Gilman place and the subsequent debriefing with Dr. Finch were a period of strange, dislocated recovery. The nightmares persisted, though with less frequency, the sharp edges of terror slowly blunting into a dull, aching dread. The physical exhaustion gradually faded, but a deeper, psychic weariness remained, a constant companion. Alex tried to return to some semblance of normalcy, to the familiar routines of city life, to architectural plans and client meetings. But the world felt altered, its colors subtly muted, its sounds carrying faint, unsettling echoes. The thinning veil Dr. Finch had spoken of was a constant reality. Alex would catch fleeting glimpses of movement at the periphery of vision, hear whispers in the silence of an empty room, feel sudden, inexplicable chills that had nothing to do with the ambient temperature. These were not the aggressive manifestations of the Gilman place, but rather lingering sensitivities, a permanent attunement to the unseen world that Alex had been forced to confront. Dr. Finch became an unlikely, yet essential, confidant. He understood, in a way no one else could, the weight of what Alex had experienced. They spoke regularly, Finch often providing historical or folkloric context for Alex's lingering anxieties, helping to frame the trauma not as a descent into madness, but as a brutal education in the hidden realities of the world. He was particularly interested in the long-term effects of collapsing a reservoir of agony, noting that such events were so rare in occult lore that their aftermath was largely undocumented. He cautioned Alex to remain vigilant, suggesting that while the primary entity of the Gilman place might have been banished, the psychic energies unleashed could have unforeseen consequences, attracting other, less defined, but still potentially dangerous influences. One late autumn evening, several weeks after the events at Oakhaven, Alex received a strange, untraceable email. It was brief, cryptic, and chillingly familiar in its undertones. The echoes are not silent. The collector remembers. A price was paid, but the debt remains. Others listen. Others hunger. A bargain was struck long ago. It seeks renewal. There was no signature, no sender information, just those few ominous sentences. Alex's blood ran cold. The collector remembers. A bargain seeks renewal. Was it possible? Had the banishment not been absolute? Had the destruction of the keys of consumption merely paused the entity rather than destroying it? Or was this something else, one of the other influences Finch had warned about, drawn to the psychic vacuum left by the Gilman Place's collapse? Alex immediately contacted Dr. Finch, forwarding him the email. Finch's response was swift and grave. He recognized the phrasing, the subtle cadence of the threat. It was reminiscent, he said, of certain passages in Galt's monograph that spoke of echo covenants, lingering psychic imprints of powerful entities capable of exerting a subtle, residual influence even after their primary manifestation had been dealt with. Or worse, it could be a direct communication, a sign that the collector, though weakened and its anchor broken, was not entirely gone from this plane of existence, but was perhaps regrouping, seeking a new way to reassert its claim. The mention of a bargain seeking renewal was particularly troubling. It harked back to the original pact made by the Gilman matriarch, the pact that had cursed the house and its inhabitants for centuries. "This is not good, Mex, Michelson," Finch said, his voice heavy with concern over their secure line. "The collector, or its lingering echo, believes a debt is outstanding. It implies that your actions, your survival, somehow left an imbalance. It may be seeking a new arrangement." He paused, the silence thick with unspoken dread. There is a theory, mentioned in the most suppressed addenda to Galt's work, that when a reservoir of agony is violently disrupted, its primary consciousness, if not utterly annihilated, can attempt to form a new anchor, often through a desperate bargain with one who has been intimately touched by its influence. Someone like you. The implication was horrifying. Was the collector trying to make Alex its new keeper, its new conduit, to rebuild its shattered kingdom of sorrow with Alex as its unwilling architect? The thought was a violation, a desecration of the fragile peace Alex had fought so desperately to achieve. The email, Finch suggested, was a probe, a test, an opening move in a new, more insidious game. They had to understand what bargain it referred to, what debt it believed remained. The answer, Finch suspected, lay not in Galt's arcane texts, but back in Oakhaven, in the history of the Gilman family, in the details of that original cursed pact. Reluctantly, fearfully, Alex agreed. Another journey to Oakhaven was the last thing Alex wanted, but the threat, however ethereal, felt too real, too personal to ignore. This time, Finch insisted on accompanying Alex. "I'm too old for field work, generally," he said, a grim smile playing on his lips. "But this is no longer merely academic. And frankly, MX, Michelson, you should not face this alone. Not again." Their research in Oakhaven focused on local historical archives, on church records, on dusty, forgotten town ledgers. They were looking for any mention of the original Gilman family, specifically the matriarch who had made the pact. Her name, they discovered, was Hepzibah Gilman. She had been a formidable, enigmatic figure in the late 18th century, rumored to have dabbled in unnatural arts to secure her family's prosperity after a series of devastating financial losses. There were whispers in Old Town correspondence of a dark tithe she paid, of strange lights seen on the Gilman property, of livestock dying inexplicably, and then a crucial, chilling discovery in a nearly illegible, water-stained parish register. A record of Hepzibah Gilman's death, dated 1799. The cause of death was listed simply as wasting sickness, but beneath it, a scribbled, almost obliterated note from the parish priest. Her soul bartered for earthly gain. The land cries out. A shadow takes root. The first of the scream tributes is paid. May God have mercy on this cursed ground. Her soul bartered. A shadow takes root. The first scream tribute. This was the original bargain. Hephzibah had offered herself, her very essence, as the anchor, the first keeper, in exchange for her family's worldly success. And the dark tithe, the scream tributes, these were the subsequent victims, Alara, the children, all those whose suffering had fed the reservoir. Alex's act in the root cellar had broken Hephzibah's anchor, had banished the collector from its established locus. But if the entity, or its echo, still existed, it might believe the original bargain still held, that a new anchor, a new keeper, was required to fulfill the ancient contract. And Alex, who had been so intimately connected to the house's suffering, who had channeled its agony, was the prime candidate. As Finch and Alex pieced together this horrifying tapestry, the feeling of being watched intensified, even here in the dusty archives of Oakhaven. Cold spots would manifest suddenly. The scent of lilies would drift through the air, and Alex would catch fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures at the edge of vision. The collector was close. It was listening. It was waiting. The email had been a summons, a drawing in. That evening, back in their sterile Oakhaven motel room, Alex refused to go anywhere near Hemlock Lane. A new message arrived. This time, it wasn't an email. It was a single sheet of parchment-like paper, slipped under their door, though no one had been seen in the hallway. The script was archaic, spidery, yet chillingly familiar. It was Hephzibah Gilman's handwriting, or a perfect, terrifying facsimile. The debt is called. The house is empty. The echoes hunger. A new hand must tend the shadows. A new voice must soothe the sorrows. You understand the screams. You carry their weight. The bargain offers continuity, a place, power, or the alternative. The collector is patient, but its hunger is eternal. Choose. It was a direct offer, a desperate bargain. Become the new keeper, the new anchor for the reforming reservoir of agony, or face the alternative. The implication was clear. If Alex refused, the collector would find other ways to feed. Other victims, perhaps with even greater ferocity, its hunger sharpened by its banishment. Alex was being presented with a monstrous, impossible choice. Embrace the darkness. Become a part of the evil they had fought so hard to overcome, or condemn unknown others to suffer the collector's insatiable appetite. The thinning veil had not just revealed the horrors of the past. It had now ensnared Alex in a terrifying, present-day pact, a desperate bargain with an ancient, cosmic evil that refused to stay dead. The price of survival, it seemed, was a debt that could only be paid in screams, or in the eternal damnation of becoming their collector. Chapter 14, the final entry, The Last Stand. Hephzibah Gilman's spectral ultimatum, delivered on that eerie parchment, hung in the stale air of the Oakhaven motel room like a death sentence. Alex stared at the archaic script, the words seeming to writhe and pulse with a cold, ancient malevolence. A new hand must tend to shadows, continuity, power, or the alternative. The choice was a grotesque parody of free will. Become a monster, or unleash a greater monstrosity upon the unsuspecting world. Dr. Finch, his face grim, his usual academic detachment shattered by the raw, supernatural immediacy of the threat, read the parchment with a growing sense of horror. "This is unprecedented," he murmured, his voice hoarse. Galt speaks of echoes, of residual influences, but a direct offer of succession? This is beyond even his darkest speculations. The collector is not merely regrouping. It is attempting to re-establish its covenant, using you, Mex, Michelson, as its new cornerstone. The weight of the impossible choice pressed down on Alex, suffocating, unbearable. To become the new keeper of the Gilman place, to willingly bind themselves to that cursed land, to become a conduit for the collector's insatiable hunger. A shepherd of sorrow, it was a fate worse than death. But the alternative, to refuse, and in doing so, to condemn countless others to suffer. To allow the collector to rebuild its reservoir of agony unchecked, perhaps with even greater fury and desperation. That, too, was an unthinkable burden of guilt. The house, even in its current, seemingly empty state, still held a potent psychic charge. The land itself, as the long-dead parish priest had written, cried out, cursed by Hephzibah's original bargain. Sleep was impossible that night. Alex paced the confines of the small motel room, the spectral parchment seeming to burn a hole on the cheap Formica tabletop. The feeling of being watched was intense, a cold, pressing awareness that transcended physical walls. The scent of lilies, faint but persistent, drifted through the room, a chilling reminder of the collector's proximity, its patient, expectant hunger. Finch, equally troubled, sat hunched in a worn armchair, poring over his notes, over copies of Galt's monograph and Mrs. Henge's journal, searching for some loophole, some forgotten counter-ritual, some desperate measure that did not involve damnation or mass suffering. There must be another way, Alex whispered, the words raw with desperation. The original pact was with Hephzibah. She offered her soul. I haven't offered anything. Why me? Because you understand, Max. Michelson, Finch said, his voice weary. You have felt the house's sorrow. You have confronted its core. You have, in a sense, become attuned to its frequency. The collector, or its echo, sees in you not just a potential anchor, but a knowledgeable one. Perhaps it believes you could be a more efficient keeper than Hephzibah, according to Galt's theories on such primary anchors, eventually became as much a prisoner of the pact as its beneficiary. He paused, then looked at Alex, his eyes filled with a grim understanding. And because you survived, survival, in the face of such an entity, is a powerful statement. It signifies a resilience, a strength that the collector might seek to co-opt, to corrupt. As dawn approached, its weak, gray light offering no comfort, a fragile, terrifying idea began to form in Alex's mind, an echo of the desperate defiance that had led to the shattering of the keys. The collector wanted a new bargain, a new anchor. What if Alex offered one, but not in the way it expected? Not a surrender, but a redirection. A final, desperate gamble to sever the collector's connection to this world, to this cursed land, once and for all. It was a plan fraught with unimaginable peril. A plan that would require Alex to willingly step back into the heart of the nightmare, to confront the collector on its own terms, in the very place where its power had once been absolute. The root cellar of the Gilman place. Alex explained the desperate, half-formed plan to Finch. To return to the Gilman place, to the root cellar. To consciously, willingly offer themselves as a focus. A conduit, not to renew the pact, but to absorb and neutralize the collector's lingering essence, its hunger for a new anchor. To use the knowledge gained from Alara's suffering from Mrs. Henge's servitude, from Galt's dark theories, to try and unravel the ancient curse at its source, even if it meant. Alex didn't dare complete the thought. Finch listened, his expression a mixture of horror and a dawning, reluctant respect. This is incredibly dangerous. And Max, Michelson, he said, his voice barely a whisper. You would be inviting the full force of whatever remains of that entity directly into yourself. The psychic toll it could destroy you. What other choice is there, Dr. Finch? Alex asked, a strange, cold calm settling over them. To become its puppet, or to let it run rampant? I broke its house. Maybe I can break its hold entirely. Alara fought. I have to fight too. This is my final entry in this cursed diary. Finch, seeing the unshakable resolve in Alex's eyes, did not try to dissuade them further. Instead, he began to help Alex prepare, offering what little arcane knowledge he possessed that might offer some small measure of protection, or at least focus. He spoke of grounding techniques, of mental fortifications, of symbols of warding that, while likely ineffective against an entity of the collector's magnitude, might offer a psychological bulwark. He gave Alex a small, smooth piece of jet, a stone traditionally believed to absorb negativity. A small comfort, perhaps, he said, his voice thick with emotion. But in such battles, even the smallest comfort can be a weapon. The return to Hemlock Lane was a journey into the heart of a waking nightmare. The Gilman place loomed, silent, watchful, its windows like empty sockets in a skull. The air around it was thick with a palpable tension, a sense of imminent, terrible confrontation. Finch waited in the car, a silent, anxious sentinel, as Alex, armed with nothing but the piece of jet, a profound understanding of the house's sorrow, and a desperate, suicidal courage, walked towards the violated front door. The house was expecting Alex. The door creaked open as Alex approached, an silent, ominous invitation. Inside, the house was preternaturally still. The oppressive cold, the scents, the shadowy manifestations, they were all held in abeyance, as if the entity were conserving its power, focusing its will for this final confrontation. Alex walked through the silent, dust-filled rooms, a ghost in a house of ghosts, heading directly for the kitchen for the cellar hatch. It was closed as Alex had left it. Lifting it, Alex stared down into the oppressive blackness of the root cellar. This time, there was no hesitation. This was the chosen battleground. Taking a deep breath, Alex descended the stone steps into the cold, damp earth, into the waiting darkness. The root cellar was as Alex remembered it, save for one crucial difference. The shattered keys of consumption on the far wall, where the pit had been, now glowed with a faint, pulsing, blood-red light, and in the center of the chamber, where the collector had risen, stood a figure. Not the amorphous, shadowy horror from before, but a more defined, more humanoid shape, though still vast and terrifying. It was Hepzibah Gilman, or rather, what the collector had made of her, her form now a grotesque fusion of shadow and decaying light, her eyes burning with an ancient, insatiable hunger and a cold, calculating intelligence. This was the Echo Covenant, the lingering will of the collector embodied in its first, most enduring victim and servant. You have chosen. Hepzibah's voice echoed in Alex's mind, a chorus of whispers and sorrowful sighs. You will tend the shadows. You will feed the hunger. You will become me. No, Alex said, voice surprisingly steady, clutching the piece of jet so tightly it bit into their palm. I'm not here to bargain. I'm here to end it. Your pact is broken. Your house is empty. Your collector is starved. Hepzibah, the collector's echo, let out a silent, psychic shriek of rage. The red light from the shattered keys intensified, and the temperature in the cellar plummeted. Shadows writhed on the walls, forming the faces of the tormented, their whispers a chorus of despair and hunger. The hunger is eternal. The debt must be paid. You will pay. The figure of Hepzibah surged forward, its shadowy tendrils lashing out, its burning eyes promising a torment beyond imagining. This was it, the final stand. Alex closed their eyes, not in surrender, but in concentration, focusing on the sorrow of Alara, of the children, of Mrs. Henge, of Hepzibah herself, focusing on the broken pact, on the starved hunger of the collector. Alex didn't fight with physical force, but with empathy, with understanding, with a profound, sorrowful rejection of the entire cycle of suffering. Alex became a conduit, not for the collector's hunger, but for the accumulated grief of its victims, a focus point of their collective desire for release. And Alex offered that grief, that desire, not as sustenance, but as a final cleansing fire. Be free, Alex projected, not with words, but with pure, concentrated will. All of you, Hepzibah, Alara, the children, be free from this hunger. Be free from this house. Be free from this sorrow. There is no more debt. There is no more bargain. There is only release. A blinding, pure white light erupted in the cellar, originating not from the shattered keys, but from Alex. It was a light of immense sorrow, but also of immense peace, of profound, ultimate release. It washed over the figure of Hepzibah, over the writhing shadows on the walls, over the very stones of the root cellar. Hepzibah, the collector's echo, screamed, a sound that was both psychic and for the first time, audibly real, a sound of agony, of disbelief, and then, astonishingly, of relief. Her shadowy form began to dissipate, to unravel, the red light in her eyes fading, replaced by a flicker of something ancient, sorrowful, and finally peaceful. The faces in the walls sighed, a collective exhalation of centuries of trapped despair, and then they too began to fade, their forms dissolving into the cleansing light. The light pulsed once, twice, then slowly, gently, receded, leaving the root cellar in a soft, quiet darkness. The oppressive atmosphere was gone. The chilling cold was gone. The scent of lilies and decay was gone. All that remained was the scent of damp earth and a profound, unnerving, but ultimately peaceful silence. Alex stood, trembling, exhausted but whole. The desperate bargain had been refused. The final entry had been written. In the Gilman place, the house that bled history, the reservoir of agony, was finally, truly silent. But as Alex turned to leave the cellar, a faint whisper, almost too soft to hear, seemed to brush against their ear. It was not the collector, not Hepzibah, not any of the trapped souls. It was something else, something older, something amused. The echoes never truly die. They merely sleep and dream of new bargains. The voice faded, leaving Alex with a chilling, final thought. Had the cycle truly been broken? Or had Alex merely bought time? A temporary reprieve in an eternal, cosmic game of hunger and despair? The house was silent. The collector was gone. But the thinning veil remained. And the universe, Alex now knew, was filled with an infinity of shadows and an infinity of bargains waiting to be struck. And so, Alex walked away from the Gilman place, leaving its silenced horrors behind. But the echoes of Oakhaven, the faces in the walls, the weight of that final, desperate stand would linger forever. The fight against the darkness is never truly over. It merely changes form, finds new shadows, whispers new, seductive bargains. Thank you for joining me, Eli Nightfall, on this journey into the heart of fear. If you've enjoyed this tale, if the chill of the Gilman place has settled into your bones, please show your support. Like this video, leave a comment sharing your thoughts, your fears, your own encounters with the unexplained. And most importantly, subscribe to the Eli Nightfall channel and ring that notification bell so you never miss another descent into the shadows. For the darkness is always waiting, and it always has more stories to tell. Good night, and try to sleep well.